J'invite la Chambre à prendre note.
I invite the House to take note that today we are using the wooden mace.
Of the fire that claimed 7 lives and destroyed the Parliament buildings the night of February 3rd, 1916. L'ancienne masse figurait au nombre.
Among the items destroyed in that fire was the old mace. The wooden copy that you see today was subsequently made and used temporarily until the current one was given to us by the United Kingdom in 1917.
Will not be sitting Saturday, the anniversary of the fire. The wooden mace is being used today to recall what happened 102 years ago. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du
Government bills, comments.
on Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing, and on the motions in group number 1.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure I rise today to talk on yet another important piece of legislation that the government has brought forward. I must say I'm a little bit surprised with the number of amendments and the objections that are coming from the Conservative Party, in particular in regards to this piece of legislation. It's legislation, I believe, that Canadians in all regions of our wonderful country would get behind and support, because it's all about transparency. You know, the opposition often talks about elections and wanting to look at ways in which we can improve it. They often want to talk about the issue of ensuring that there's more transparency in government. Yet when it comes for an opportunity to actually vote in favor of something that is going to make election financing that much more transparent, it seems as if they are going to be voting against it, Mr. Speaker, in particular the Conservative Party. And I am somewhat disappointed in that. I would have thought that, in fact, they would recognize, as other stakeholders have, the value of passing this legislation. In fact, we've had the former ethics commissioner, someone that Conservatives nowadays like to quote excessively. The former ethics commissioner, Mary Dawson, has been very clear that this particular legislation does, in fact, ensure that there's going to be more transparency. And yet, even though you have stakeholders such as Mary Dawson making a clear indication that it is, in essence, good legislation moving forward, we yet have the opposition, the official opposition, in objection to the legislation. It doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you get a better understanding in terms of why they might be a little bit nervous about it. You know, here on this side of the House, we recognize what it is that the legislation does. And maybe that's a good starting point for me. What does Bill C-50 do that has offended so many of the Conservative members across the way? Well, it makes fundraising events more transparent, applying to all fundraising events involving cabinet ministers, which include the Prime Minister. And I think this is where they take the objection, Mr. Speaker. It also incorporates party leaders and leadership candidates when there is a leadership race. It requires that events are advertised on political parties' websites at least 5 days before they take place. It's requiring political parties to provide a report of attendees to Elections Canada within 30 days after that event. It also makes some technical changes, brings leadership and nomination campaign expenses in line with the current regime for candidates. But here's what I figure, Mr. Speaker. Back last year in 2017, there was a Conservative fundraiser in which their current leader was the all-star candidate, not Stephen Harper, but the replacement of Stephen Harper. Many get it confused as the two are the same, and I can appreciate why, but there was a fundraiser that was held and conducted with their current leader of the official opposition. No one was to know about it. It was a secret fundraiser. Yes, it was a secret fundraiser. And in fact, when we had initially inquired, we were told, no, there was no fundraiser. What are you talking about? I suggest initial reaction would be no transparency there. But when they were pushed on the issue, oh yes, there was a
I just want to remind the members, not all the members, one in particular, that when he's speaking to his colleagues, he does have a wonderful voice that carries throughout the building, but the rest of us have to hear it. I just thought if he's going to make the comments, maybe just keep his voice down and he can say it to his own colleagues, but not to interrupt the actual speaker. Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to help my colleagues across the way in the Conservative Party realize why their speaking notes against this legislation is flawed. Because it goes against what Canadians would want to see the Conservative, the official opposition, vote on this legislation. And if they were in touch with their constituents, if they were in touch with Canadians, they would realize their errors in their ways and maybe revisit and consider voting in favor and be more supportive of the legislation. But back to my example as to why I believe the Conservative Party is in opposition or is to this legislation. Not only did the government acknowledge and bring to the attention of a fundraising event that was hosted with the leader of the official opposition, and even after their initial denial that the event had taken place, but we insisted, no, it did take place. Well, they had no choice but to agree, okay, fine, it took place. They admitted to it, Mr. Speaker, after a great deal of pulling along. After that, they said, yes, we had it, but you know what? We are not the same as a prime minister or a minister. As if the leader of the official opposition has no authority, no power, no influence. That the leader of the official opposition does not have to share with Canadians who it is that he or she in the future might be getting and receiving money from. We're talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and the Conservatives still believe that they do not have to share that information with Canadians. I would suggest to you, as we move and we continuously look at ways in which we can improve our Election Finances Act, that the Conservative Party needs to get with the times and to understand and appreciate that there is an obligation to be more transparent with Canadians. We have seen changes in legislation over the years, modernizing with an expectation that we will have a healthier democracy in the long run, Mr. Speaker. And really that's what this legislation is all about. Now, they will make accusations of all sorts, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the current government and the Ethics Commissioner, and they kind of exaggerate on things. But let's be very clear that this government has consistently worked with the Ethics Commissioner and all independent parliamentary officers of this House and complying, following recommendations, and so forth. The same cannot be said about the Conservative Party, especially when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. Now, having said that, I recognize the importance, and one of the issues in raising money, and I often make reference to this, Mr. Speaker, is that it is important that we have the finances in order to be able to campaign in elections. I know one of the things in which I think is a very strong positive is the limits that are put into place. So no one can contribute to my campaign more than $1,500. And I see that as a positive thing, Mr. Speaker. I think that it speaks volumes to our constituents when they realize that members of Parliament cannot receive more than $1,500 from an individual. They can't receive anything from unions or corporations. It's a way in which we can assure the constituents that we have rules in place to ensure that we are not going to be influenced by big money. I know once I had a constituent come to me and say, well, Kevin, if someone gives you a $1,000 donation, doesn't that influence you? Well, number one, if I do find out about it, I do appreciate it. But I can also tell you I appreciate the individual that works 20, 30, 40 hours a week during a campaign period, even often before a campaign period, as a volunteer for me. You know, when you look at elections, it's more than just money. It's about people and getting people engaged. And this is something in which I believe that we need to recognize, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the thousands of volunteers that make our democracy work in the first place. Money is an important component to it, and that is one of the reasons why we've brought forward this legislation to ensure that there's more transparency, not less, but more transparency to improve our election finances laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it was a pleasure listening to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Cabinet, to the Government House Leader today. And the word I think that often is used in these circumstances is chutzpah, because the honourable gentleman rises to talk about the glories of Liberal electoral reform a year and a day after the Prime Minister broke the most sacred promise made during the campaign trail. That was, of course, that would be the last first past the post, etc., etc., etc. Today, he likes us to believe that somehow making fundraising events more transparent is a substitute for getting rid of cash for access programs. It seems to think, I believe he believes, that we can fool Canadians with these cosmetic changes in Bill 50 and get them to forget that all that the Liberals are doing are normalizing cash for access. So to the honourable gentleman, does he even care?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, I do care. And that's the reason why I'm suggesting not only to the Conservatives, but also to my New Democratic friends, that they support this legislation. It is good legislation. You know, I know that some might be offended in regards to incorporating leaders of political parties. But today's reality is that leaders of political parties, even Jagmeet Singh, has a responsibility to be transparent in terms of when he's receiving money as the leader of the New Democratic Party. He goes around Canada, no doubt, as other leaders go around Canada, soliciting contributions, being that candidate in ridings, and individuals will, in fact, donate to the New Democrats. Why? Well, I'll leave it up to those individuals to make that a rationale or explain that rationale. But we do know that the leader of the New Democrats, the leader of the Conservative Party, has and hosts, just like previous leaders of the Liberal Party in opposition, these events. And we are arguing, much like the Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers, that all of those individuals, because of the positions that they hold, have an obligation today, through this legislation, if it was to pass, to be more transparent with Canadians as to who is actually attending these events and what is the cost when it exceeds $200. I don't quite understand why it is that we see the type of resistance that is there, as if there is something new that has been taking place in the last 2 years that hadn't been taking place before. You know, we are seeing progressive legislation on a very important file. I would have thought that the New Democrats would support progressive legislation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just wanted, through you, to ask the member across the way. A couple days ago, I was talking to a constituent about some unrelated matter. We talked about that for a while, and then she said how nice it was for her MP to get back to her on this. And she said, you know, in the last election, I My husband and I engaged our children in the election. We went through the party platforms, and then we let our children decide who we should vote for. And she didn't tell me who they voted for, but she said the party platform, the policy point that they decided on was electoral reform, making every vote count. And she went on to say how disappointed her children have been in this government, how cynical they are, and how they feel unconnected from the political workings, the government of our country, and how they may not vote when they get old enough. And I just wondered if the member across the way could comment on that, how this breaking of this promise has made so many Canadians cynical about our whole political process.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had town halls, open town halls, in specifically talking about electoral reform, and I can tell the member across the way, the individuals that have attended my town halls are actually, as a whole, quite pleased with the government and its performance. You know, the member makes reference to one issue within an election platform, and we can talk about the increase to the GIS, taking literally tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit, which again lifts children out of poverty. Millions of dollars going into my constituency every month because of a progressive approach by this particular Liberal government. There are many things that this government is doing exceptionally well, and that's what I would be informing my colleagues' constituents across the way.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to talk about Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, specifically on the issue of political financing. Now, I, like the member opposite that just spoke, I've had a great sense of pride when it comes to speaking about Canada's political financing and its corresponding election laws that have kept big business and unions out of government decision-making. And of course, individual donors were the bedrock of Canadian politics. I had the opportunity a number of years ago in Panama City during a summit of the Americas and with Parlaméricas to do a presentation having to do with transparency in politics. And in that particular discussion that we had, one of the things that I spoke of was the lack of dollars that comes out of business and the lack of dollars that comes into unions, and that the reality is that anyone can come into the House of Commons without having a lot of money behind them. And so when you compare that, and as far as you go into Central America and you talk about election financing there, you realize that most people are looking at how many dollars are spent on U.S. elections and the constant campaigning that takes place there. And so the difference between how Canada conducts itself and how some of the other countries conduct themselves is something that they felt rather intriguing. And the reality was that, even the amount of money that we can spend on election campaigns. I was a former teacher, and the amount of money that we could spend would probably be about the same amount as my salary would have been for the year. So putting it into perspective so that people could understand exactly how much involvement it was and how community could stay associated with what is done in a political campaign. For that, I felt as Canadians, we could be extremely proud. But here we are today. We're specifically debating this bill because Liberal elites got caught organizing unethical activities that proved that their promise of openness and accountability to Canadians was just a sham. The PM, throughout his campaign, said that Liberals were going to do things different, that they would govern with openness and transparency. That, after a juvenile statement that budgets would balance themselves and that they would grow our economy from the heart out, and a campaign promise of small, temporary $10 billion deficits and a return to balanced budgets in a few years, we now see what that heart is made of. We are specifically debating this bill today because the Liberals could not keep their promise of openness and accountability to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the member from Papineau was elected in 2008, the same time as I was, and sat way back on the Liberal benches. Very few people heard much of him in those days. Some perhaps thought him a bit aloof, maybe his head in the clouds as a young guy just trying to find himself. But the reality was that he was very often out on the road, similar to what he's doing in his present position, but on a professional paid speaking circuit. That in itself is of no concern to me, but the media report from January 16, 2014 from the Ottawa Citizen indicated that he was forced to repay money that had been inappropriately charged to his members' operational budget during his off time as an MP. And this went way back to 2009 and 2010. Now, I know that such expenses arise for many of us on reimbursed expenses. I remember a situation of my own where a community advertisement of an event happened to include in a commentary later and thanking all of the sponsors for the events. Well, we know what the word sponsor means to anybody, and therefore when it went back and was looked at, said, no, we're not paying for that. Well, there was one person that ended up paying for that, and that was me, because I wrote the check. But it happens, and it happens to everyone. So when they realize that there's a problem, they go back and they correct it. So, also, it's the case, the Member of Parliament from Papineau. He'd received $217,000 in speaking fees as an opposition MP, a number that's curiously familiar to a number that we use right now. But a mistake was made, and he had repaid the expenses that were associated with that type of an activity. This is the same type of thing that many of his cabinet ministers have had to do as they've reached back in their pockets to make things right. Now, this Prime Minister, just after 2 years, has broken federal ethics laws. The Minister of Finance embroiled in transparency and ethics scandals. He's touting economic progress, which is solely related to a buoyant U.S. economy and is poised, due to our regulatory burdens and unwise policies, to come crashing back down. And this is even before the generational malaise that will affect us all because of the Liberal culture of uncontrolled deficit spending. And again, we're here today talking about integrity and respect for the Canadian taxpayer and opening up the reality of the Liberals' promise of openness and transparency. After the election, fresh from their sunny ways glow, the Prime Minister publicly displayed the mandate letters of his ministers, where he clearly said that his cabinet ministers should hold themselves to a higher standard and that there should be no undue influence, no perception, real or otherwise, of any political interference. Now, not even halfway through their mandate, the Liberals were caught organizing cash-for-access events for Liberal insiders and deep-pocketed lobbyists. The PM and his senior ministers were effectively raising millions of dollars for the Liberal coffers at private fundraisers where donors had access to government ministers. This is not what Canadians see as ethical. The favourite defence seems to be, well, what could be wrong with that? It's what we Liberals have always done. Well, Mr. Speaker, we need to establish some very clear distinctions here. Political fundraising is a part of our political process. Everyday Canadians donate to political parties or political candidates because they believe in what those parties or candidates stand for. Donating to the party or candidates of their choice is their way of supporting the activities of those parties or those candidates, and they are doing so out of pure conviction. On the campaign trail, political party leaders and candidates are expected to hold fundraisers, and people buy those tickets to come to those fundraisers. That's part of what makes our great democratic system so good here in Canada. Here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Now, as government, they are going to rewrite legislation with the pretense of openness and transparency, which they hope will deflect their bad behavior and put the onus on other politicians that have followed the normal rules, with the hope that they will trip up, and so that these type of negative stories about them will be deflected somewhere else. Very, very sneaky, Mr. Speaker. This, at its very core, is unethical influence. But then again, what else can we expect from a Prime Minister that holds the record of being the first Prime Minister in Canadian history to violate federal ethics laws? And caught red-handed, the Liberals are now trying to save face. Mr. Speaker, the question many have with respect to this bill is, will C-15 change anything? Unfortunately, it doesn't. This bill would not stop the Cash for Access fundraisers. In fact, it will mandate that the Liberals publicize such events ahead of time, but reporting such events ahead of time does not make it transparent. Bill C-50, despite making the events public knowledge, is not going to stop Cash for Access. The Prime Minister and his ministers can still be at events. The staff of cabinet ministers can be at events without it even being disclosed under Bill C-50. There's not even transparency about a senior government official being at an event. Only people who are candidates or party leaders or cabinet ministers. The bill will not stop Cash for Access. It will not stop the influence of big money in Canadian politics. But what the bill will do is to formalize and institute a system where the richest, most connected individuals have undue influence in the reins of power in Canadian politics. The Liberals are legitimizing their unethical schemes, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not address the Prime Minister's promise of openness and accountability. It does not deter undue influence over government decision-making, Mr. Speaker. Now, my final thoughts are these. Canadians believe that a Prime Minister should not need a bill to tell him what is right or wrong. The Prime Minister himself can stop this practice of letting the richest and most connected Canadians influence government to continue. If the Prime Minister wanted to end Cash for Access, all he ever had to do was to stop doing these fundraisers. It doesn't take legislation to do what is right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was sitting quite close to the member from Papineau when he first came here. I can honestly say that to say that he was not involved in this place at the beginning is not exactly correct, considering the fact that he was one of the first ones to pass a motion regarding youth, one that has been long overdue, and he did a very good job in doing that. He worked very hard towards it. That was when he first got here. I want to go back to what he said. It's obvious that he does not want to support C-50, which I think is a long time coming. I think that this legislation, this proposed legislation, is certainly something that is refreshing. But it's almost like we've forgotten the facts, and he has said it himself. Political fundraising is a part of our political process. Now, I was here in this House, present during the tenure of the former Conservative government. Now, it almost seems like a minister never showed up to a fundraising event in those years. Now, that's entirely not true if that's what you believe. Former Minister of Heritage, Minister of Finance, when they were in the Conservative government, they all went to these fundraising events. So instead of talking about C-50, because I know how he feels about C-50 now, I want him to tell me exactly why it was so wrong for those Conservative ministers to go to that event, and what did he do to make sure that didn't happen?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, and indeed, I appreciate the question from my good friend over there. Just so people understand, there's a lottery system for private members, Bill, and amazingly, the very first name that came up was the member from Papineau. So the member is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. He did have a very good first impact, having to do more with a lottery than anything else, but that's a different story. And he made the point about the Heritage Minister, whom I knew very well, and I also know the facts to that point. And I know that when it was found out that members were going to be there, that she refused to attend that and had told the constituency association that it was inappropriate. That didn't stop the Liberals from attacking and going back into their attack mode and then bringing media in. But those are the kinds of things that we see. And again, you look at the stories and the things that are different with respect to Conservatives than they are to Liberals. Here we have, the $16 orange juice always brings that back to a point. $16 for orange juice. I think if anybody was at a hotel someplace and said, I'm not really feeling very well, I think I'm going to order an orange juice to come in as far as room service is concerned, you can be pretty sure it'd be $16. Now, it shouldn't be, but it would be. So these are the kinds of things that Conservatives get attacked for, and part of it is because our Conservative base says, I thought you guys were going to respect taxpayers' dollars, and we do, and we pay it back. That's what we think Liberals should be doing as well.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Alberta. You know, it was the Cash for Access events that resulted in the Ethics Commissioner and the Lobbying Commissioner launching an investigation against the Liberals. And through you, Mr. Speaker, isn't it the only reason Bill C-50 is before us today is because the Liberals got caught breaking those rules?
For Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, certainly I do believe that that is the case, Mr. Speaker, that there is a shell game going on here, and they've tried to come up with a way of deflecting the discussion to then, and of course, they have some speakers that are very good at doing such a thing, so that they say, well, look, we're just trying to make things better, and this is what you want, and everything like that. But that's not the reality of it. They're looking at how can they deflect all of the attention to other political parties. They've made the same point with regard to the NDP, suggesting, well, you know, we would expect if you go through a leadership or you have candidates coming in that you're going to follow these really strong rules. Well, all that's doing is setting up other people for some sort of a failure or something that takes place that's going to affect them. You know, you're supposed to say who all has attended an event. Well, all they need is a selfie of somebody that said that they were there and didn't register, and then they can go attack the political party because they've done something wrong. I mean, these are the kinds of intrusions that you have when you have a government that believes that bureaucracy should run everything, and you can't do it by simply doing the right thing.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise in the House once again this year in 2018. It's a new year, and I have a lot of optimism. I want to do a lot of hard work on behalf of the greater Drummond community. So today we're talking about Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing. We're at report stage, and this bill, well, what does it do? It will see to it that all political parties report the names and addresses of people who contributed within 30 days to Elections Canada, and that information will be made public. This applies to cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister and leadership candidates. So what does this change entail? What's the reason for it? Well, it's because of all the scandals there were involving the current Liberal Prime Minister. I think everybody's heard about, my constituents have talked about this, all the meetings the Prime Minister had behind closed doors with wealthy Canadians in their luxurious homes. People were willing to pay money to get access to the Prime Minister and even to cabinet ministers in the context of private meetings at about $1,000 a head. And of course, this gave people privileged access to the Prime Minister and other ministers. And this certainly created at least an appearance of a conflict of interest. And in English, they call this cash for access, this whole phenomenon. So the current government got itself into a bit of trouble and decided to table this bill as a response. But in fact, this bill won't really increase transparency in any significant way. So unfortunately, the purpose of this bill is not really going to fix the problem. The problem will remain. This cash for access problem will continue to persist. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this bill is coming before us just 1 year after the Prime Minister's broken promise, the Liberal promise, that 2015 would be the last first past the post election. A lot of people in Drummond believed that promise. They said, okay, there are three main political parties that were in favor of this reform to get rid of first past the post. The NDP was one of those parties. We were supporting that change, and Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians, voted for parties that were in favor of this. Over 60% of Canadians voted in favor of parties that supported getting rid of first past the post. And there were consultations, and people who participated in those consultations believed that this change was going to happen. But unfortunately, yesterday it was the anniversary of the announcement that that promise was going to be broken and put on the back burner. 90% of the experts and 80% of Canadians unanimously supported the idea of creating some form of proportional representation in our electoral system. And that reform that was dangled in front of, or this bill rather, does absolutely nothing to solve the problem. The Liberals have completely scrapped that reform.
Citizens are very concerned about this. I would even say they've become cynical, even more cynical about politics. Because the government made a clear promise that they repeated ad nauseum. The Prime Minister himself put his hand on his heart and said several times that this would be the case. Unfortunately and incredibly, they backed off from that promise. So what does Bill C-50 aim to do? Or what should it do but does not do? Well, it would end cash for access. Currently, we know that there's so much money around the Liberal Party. For example, if you look at the Infrastructure Bank, you can see that this is money of millionaires. These millionaires want the Infrastructure Bank to exist and to be private so that they can make a profit off the back of ordinary citizens. And there is a backlash against that that's starting. Because people don't want to see fees for services, and they don't want to see the privatization of our assets. In the Greater Drummond area, there are a number of infrastructure projects. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll remember that the Liberals promised to invest in infrastructure. But in Drummond, we've received $0 for infrastructure projects. And there are a whole series of projects that are waiting for funding to get underway. For example, there's a sports center in Drummondville that would have a soccer field, a track for running, and this center is greatly needed in the Drummond area. We put in a request to the federal government. It would cost $15 million, but currently we have gotten no response whatsoever concerning the funding of this project. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, especially when we know that this government promised to invest in infrastructure, but in Drummond we've gotten nothing. Another very important project is called the Promenade des Voltigeurs. Now, this would be this would have a cycling track that would also be good for people who are walking, and it would be around $6 million. We submitted a request to the federal government. Have we gotten a response? No. We've gotten absolutely nothing, $0. Now, we want investments right away, but we're not getting them from the government. Another extremely important project in Drummond is we'd like to modernize the Marcel Dionne Center, which is the main arena in the city. This would be a $26 million project. What has the government provided to this project? Once again, nothing, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government is not there for us, even though they'd promised to invest in infrastructure. Now, 2 years after the election, we've gotten nothing. And I could go on. High-frequency train in Drummond that would run from Quebec City to Drummondville to Montreal and on to Windsor. This is a great project that would allow us to develop the social economic situation of Drummond. It could be a really great transport hub for us because we're really well located for transport in Drummondville. But unfortunately, we're still waiting for the government's response on that. This is a project that has been waiting for a very long time. The government is doing studies, but it's time to invest in Drummond. It's time to invest in a great project like this. But we've still heard nothing. So I mention all of these examples to show that this government was elected on a series of promises. And one of those promises that the citizens of Drummond and that Canadians as a whole expected is that this year would be the last year that we would have an election under first past the post. But that promise was broken by the Prime Minister. What did the Prime Minister do? Well, he set up a system for privileged access in exchange for cash. That has led to this whole series of scandals about private meetings with ministers for $1,500 a head dinners. And now the government is presenting a bill that won't even solve that fundamental problem. So I would ask the Liberal government to go back to the drawing board and to do their homework, because this bill doesn't allow us to solve the problem of cash for access. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. It was a very good speech, but I reject the arguments that were brought forward. Now, once again, the reason that we brought forward this bill is that the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, when he was in the leadership race, we had no idea who donated to his campaign. To date, we still don't know who donated to that campaign in 2004. So that's one reason. We'd like to know who donated to the leadership race of Jagmeet Singh, for example. We know that some people were caught sharing information, so it might be good for Canadians to know if Fair Vote Canada and its members donated to Jagmeet Singh's campaign, for example. That's an important question for transparency. Now, to go back to what my colleague said earlier, it's good to know who's buddy-buddy with each other. Who donated to Stephen Harper's campaign? Who donated to Jagmeet Singh's campaign? So, and who's against transparency?
Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that what's happening today is kind of laughable. It's been over 2 years that the Liberal government has been in power, and they came to power based on promises that they need to keep unless they want Canadians to become cynical. But what are they doing in power? They're closing in on themselves. They are giving privileged access for $1,500 to people who want to meet with the Prime Minister or ministers. Now, they think they're going to get a payback for this. But there is a great appearance of conflict of interest when the Prime Minister engages in meetings like this. And what my colleague is doing by mentioning Stephen Harper is forgetting that his own Prime Minister is now caught in a scandal, and it's his government that is currently in power. It is up to them to make the right decisions and to do what's necessary to solve this problem of cash for access. This privileged access is unacceptable.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks, and I want to thank him for reminding us in this House of the anniversary of the Prime Minister and this government breaking a promise that they made to Canadians while they were asking Canadians to help them be the next government. And I just want to give him an opportunity to talk about why we're so concerned about when people stand up in our communities and they ask people to support them. Most of us can repeat that 2015 was going to be the last election with first past the post. Why people would think that this government was actually going to do real democratic reform and what we were all hopeful for. And I think we want to let Canadians know that we will not let this government simply forget about that promise or bring forward bills somehow in response to it that really have nothing to do with it and are almost just sort of pseudo-democratic reform, Mr. Speaker, to sort of make it look like they're doing something. I don't believe Canadians believe that. I think we owe our Canadians and our constituents much more respect than that. And I'd ask my honourable colleague to make comments through you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, people that I've met with in Drummond have told me that they voted for political parties that promised there would be electoral reform. 66% of the population voted for a party that promised electoral reform. This government and the Prime Minister swore that this would be the last election under the first-past-the-post system. And when we engaged in this vast national consultation, and I myself spoke to citizens in Drummond, the committee crossed Canada to consult people, 90% of experts and 80% of citizens said that we needed some sort of proportional system. And what did the Prime Minister say after? He said there's no consensus. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't make any sense, and that's why we're raising this point today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I just want to point out that he will have time to make his discourse, and then the questions will follow the question period.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To rise today and to join in the debate on Bill C-50. Now, the Liberals call this the Making Political Fundraising Events More Open and Transparent Act. But from my read, it should be really called the Protecting Liberals from Their Fundraising Practices Bill, because that is, of course, is entirely what this bill proposes to do. Now, how did we get here? Well, we know that the Liberal Party, in particular the Prime Minister, was caught and exposed on numerous occasions in what media called cash for access fundraising. Now, a practice where typically someone of significant wealth hosts a private event where people of similar wealth pay large sums of money to have special access to the Prime Minister or to a minister. Now, obviously this is a concern, but let me explain exactly why. As one example, we know that extremely wealthy Chinese nationals played a role in some of the cash for access fundraising activities with the Prime Minister. And likewise, we also know that this Liberal cabinet has signed on off of some very questionable acquisitions of Canadian companies by Chinese interests. That is troubling for many Canadians. Much so, more so when one considers that the lobbying activities under the Liberal government have literally exploded. Now, I suspect this is the most lobbied government in Canadian history, and why is that? Why are so many lobbyists often found at these private cash for access fundraisers? Even in this proposed Liberal legislation, registered lobbyists are indeed still welcome to attend cash for access fundraisers, because at the end of the day, this legislation in no way seeks to curtail or otherwise discourage cash for access fundraising events. It basically seeks to legitimize them, and I would argue by extension, encourage more of them. If you were to summarize this bill, basically it says that selling cash for access in exchange for political donations of money is totally okay, so long as you advertise the event, less than 1 week in advance, I might add. Tell us who's on the guest list, including the address, and how much the access fee is, and basically you're good to go. Can anyone attend? Well, pretty much yes. Do you have to disclose what actually happens at the event? Heck no. Can lobbyists attend? Absolutely. Can they actively lobby while there? Absolutely yes, but they are required to report that. Now, does the legislation require someone to be there to monitor it? Heck no. What exactly does lobby the government mean under this proposed bill? We don't know. It doesn't specifically say. Now, seriously, does anyone see a problem here? Now, I can imagine the discussions that must go on behind the scenes when the Liberals created the bill. We need a bill that totally makes cash for access fundraising legal to avoid these nasty media stories. But the bill cannot in any way stop the fundraising from occurring. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the bill is perfect, legitimizing that which should not be legitimized, at least in my view. The really interesting thing here is the Liberals think we need this bill at all. Now, let me explain. We all know the reason why we're debating this bill is due to the fact the Prime Minister was caught multiple times in cash for access fundraisers. And being a Prime Minister who's all about his brand, that uncomfortable fact did not sit well with him. So the Liberals could have simply stopped doing these kinds of cash for access fundraisers. Or at very least, there is nothing stopping the Liberal Party of Canada from adopting these policies they are now imposing in this bill. But of course, it is because it's all about the brand. Instead, we are essentially legislating into law what should not be occurring in the first place. Or this should be the Liberal Party of Canada policy, because hopefully the next leader of the Liberal Party will put an end to this unethical practice. However, making cash for access fundraisers legal with certain guidelines is more brand friendly. And who doesn't support the brand? I wonder if the Liberals will next legislate regulations on how they can accept a free luxury vacation to a private island. Now, I would also like to point out that from my own political experience, at least I've never observed any of these federal political parties, aside from the Liberals, from using these kinds of tactics. Now, when I brought the previous Prime Minister to my riding, we held a barbecue where the entry fee was well under $100, and that was only to cover the cost of the venue, the food, and the logistics, such as staging. Now, I know when the former leader of the NDP was in my riding, the event that he hosted, I recall, was free to attend. So basically, this is why I refer to the bill, this bill, as the Liberals Protect Us from Ourselves bill. Because it's only the Liberals, from my experience, who use these kinds of engagements for cash for access fundraising. Now, I wonder if this bill is open to an amendment. As an example, we learned recently that an incumbent Liberal MP is now protected from the threat of democracy, provided they have a healthy war chest back at home in their electoral district association. Given in the past, this Prime Minister has said he would not intervene in candidate nomination promises only to break his word and intervene, we know that this Prime Minister cannot be trusted. So possibly we could amend this bill to suggest democracy should prevail and that no candidate should be excluded from the opportunity to run for public office because an incumbent could use cash for access fundraisers to buy immunity with the Liberal Party. Because we all know that this Prime Minister plays favourites within his own caucus. Some Liberal MPs would get the help, others would not. Now, that is something to think about, Mr. Speaker. Now, before I close, I will simply add this thought. Recently, it was pointed out that this Liberal government has the slowest legislative activity record in almost 2 decades. Now, I'm not here to praise the official opposition for that fact, or to criticize the Liberals for the lack of it. However, when there is less legislation on the table, so to speak, it does speak volumes of what bills the Liberals do see as a priority to advance through the House. The fact that a bill that seeks to legitimize cash for access fundraisers is a Liberal priority speaks volumes about the priorities of this Prime Minister. Because we all know this bill does nothing for the middle class and those seeking to join it, because of course they cannot afford to attend the Prime Minister's cash for access fundraisers. Now, this bill does nothing for people with disabilities. This helps nothing for citizens looking for affordable housing. It does not help single mothers who have been unfairly cut off from the Canada Child Benefit support payments. Nor does it help federal public servants not getting paid by the Phoenix payroll system. This bill only helps the Prime Minister with his brand when he does cash for access fundraising. And Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why I will be voting against this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, will have 5 minutes of questions coming to him once we resume debate. Quality questions, I'm sure. Statement by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Coast of Bays Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and congratulate Chief Michel Joe of the Malpeque First Nation in Conne River, Newfoundland and Labrador on receiving the Order of Canada last week. Chief Joe has been active in First Nations politics since 1974. It is under the leadership of Chief Joe that the Malpeque Reserve has flourished and set a national example of Indigenous self-governance, including policing, education, and full employment for all band members. Chief Joe has worked tirelessly to promote and preserve the culture, language, and tradition of his people. He is recognized both nationally and internationally as a leader in spiritual and alternative healing. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you to Chief Michel Joe for his hard work, compassion, and leadership, which I greatly admire. Congratulations, Chief Joe, on your Order of Canada. Well deserved.
The honourable member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, a fight between two NDP governments in BC and Alberta, supported by the NDP members of Parliament, is costing Western Canadians millions of dollars every day. Shame. The BC government, propped up by the Green Party, has thrown another barrier into the construction of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Western Canadian oil sells for almost $30 less per barrel than world price, and that means one new school each day and one new hospital each week is being built in the United States and not in Canada. And so what is the Prime Minister doing about it? Nothing. He says the pipeline will be built. Remember, this is the same person who said budgets will balance themselves. The Prime Minister needs to take a leadership role, declare the pipeline in Canada's national interest, and if not, then Alberta should reduce oil shipments to the BC Lower Mainland. Without Alberta's oil, Mr. Speaker, it'll be a long, cold ride for the NDP and Liberal MPs getting to Ottawa on their bicycles.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I begin by extending a warm welcome to Ottawa to William and Joanna Oliver. I rise today to recognize an amazing initiative in my riding of Oakville called the Tiny Homes Program. This collaboration between the Centre for Skills Development and Training and the Rotary Club of Oakville-Trafalgar is designed to provide valuable skills training while also addressing the unique challenges of accessible, safe, and affordable housing for Canada's Indigenous communities. The Rotary Club has been a long-time advocate for affordable housing in Oakville and has now established an innovative way to use the Centre's training program. Before this initiative, students would build mock houses that would be sent to landfill at the end of each course. This program is a win for the environment, a win for workers, and a win for Canada's Indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, I am so honored to be a representative for Oakville, people whose creativity, compassion, and collaboration make me proud to be their Member of Parliament. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, forget about the Habs and the National Hockey League. During the week of February 9th to 10th and 11th February next, if you want to see high-caliber hockey, come to Drummondville. Drummondville will welcome the Hockey Winter Classic. It is a historical event where people will be able to see the stars of tomorrow. The Drummond Voltigeurs will face off against the Sherbrooke Phoenix, and Saturday, Victoriaville Tigers. And then Sunday at noon, the Midget Hockey League will be featured along with the Gaulois de Saint-Hyacinthe. I'd like to announce to my colleagues, the members for Sherbrooke and Richmond-Arthabasca, I'd like to tell them the Voltigeurs will win these two games. I would invite everyone to come. It's going to be quite something. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last Monday they launched festivities around the 100th anniversary of the municipality of Delson, where I have my riding office. The city of Delson, the name of the city of Delson is a contraction of the name of a junction of two railways, the Delaware and Hudson Railway Junction. January 3rd, 1918, a part of the territory of Saint-Constant became, by proclamation of King George V, the municipality of the village of Delson. Mr. Speaker, this area is known for its industrial park and the pride of its citizens. I would like to invite the families of Delson and environs to come and take part in different activities. These will take place all over the municipality. It'll be a pleasant way to pay tribute to those who built the wonderful city of Delson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Oxford English Dictionary defines a hero as a person who is admired for their courage, outstanding achievements, and noble qualities. You might not expect to meet one as young as 10 years old, but Peyton Cernick is certainly a hero. For the past 4 years, Peyton has been battling stage 4 acute lymphoblastic leukemia and lymphoma, and battling it she is. It was in remission, but has now returned. Throughout this process, she has started the hashtag #CancerSucks, raised over $37,000 for the Children's Hospital Foundation of Saskatchewan, and also speaks at schools and organizations when she can. She was given the Young Philanthropist Award by the Association of Fundraising Professionals Regina Chapter, was selected as the Saskatchewan Ambassador for the Champions Program by Walmart Canada, and will be the champion child for the Jim Pattison Children's Hospital Foundation of Saskatchewan. Throughout this whole ordeal, Peyton is always smiling, and my goodness, what a smile this little girl has. Peyton, if you're watching this, you truly are my hero. We love you, sweetie.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, Waterloo Region is one of the best places in the world to build a technology company. With over 1,000 technology companies, Waterloo Region's startup density is second only to Silicon Valley. I recently visited an innovative and award-winning company in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. One of Canada's top 100 employers, ClearPath Robotics is a global leader in self-driving technology, serving customers in over 40 countries. Established only 9 years ago, ClearPath was profitable within only 18 months and now has sold over 2,000 robots. ClearPath was founded by graduates of the University of Waterloo Megatronics Engineering Program and now employs nearly 200 full-time Canadians. We are proud of the entrepreneurship and innovation displayed by partners Matt Rendell, Ryan Garapi, and Brian Webb and their team at ClearPath Robotics.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Freedom of religion and freedom of thought are two of the most fundamental rights Canadians enjoy. They are enshrined in black and white in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This government has completely overstepped their jurisdiction in forcing religious organizations to betray their beliefs to get funding through Canada's Summer Jobs program. This poorly constructed rule means that religious organizations whose charitable work has absolutely nothing to do with issues of conscience cannot obtain funding. Churches in my riding cannot afford to pay staff for their soup kitchens because this government refuses to honour freedom of religion and freedom of belief. This is wrong, and this attestation represents a massive overreach of power. I stand with the churches, mosques, synagogues, and hosts of other religious organizations in my riding and thank them for the great work they do in our community.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
En février, nous célébrons le mois de l'histoire.
This February, we celebrate Black History Month, and we celebrate the rich contribution of African Canadians as an integral part of Canada. And this since the beginning of colonization.
Been an integral part of building our country. Ottawa West Nepean has been home to many leaders, changemakers, and heroes. These include Olympic gold medalist Glenroy Gilbert, CBC News anchor Adrian Harewood, Girl Guide leader Catherine Cazito, journalist Ewart Walters, and community leader Mohammed Sofa. I also applaud June Gervin, who leads Black History Ottawa, and Sarah Onyango, who hosts the radio program Black on Black, for all that they do to make visible the history and contributions of Black Canadians to our city and our country. During February, there will be activities throughout Ottawa to celebrate Black History Month. It is only by recognizing and sharing one another's stories that we can truly create an inclusive and equal society.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize an exceptional sports team for my riding of Thunder Bay, Rainy River for their outstanding season in 2017. I'd like to warmly congratulate Atikokan High School's senior boys volleyball team, the Voyageurs, for winning the Regional Nawasa Championship in November. The athletes and their coaching staff performed exceptionally well, placing 5th in the division at OFSA and showing the rest of the province the talent we have in Northwestern Ontario. I had the opportunity to visit the Grade 10 civics class at Atikokan last November, and I was impressed by the knowledge and eagerness of the students as well as their school spirit. I happened to be there just after the team had won Nuwasa and was preparing to head to Toronto to play the best teams in all of Ontario. They had the support of their entire community behind them. Once again, congratulations to the team. You made Northwestern Ontario proud. Thank you. Merci.
The honourable member for Labrador.
It's an honour for me to stand today and acknowledge the Northern Lights Conference taking place right here in Ottawa and all those across the North who make it happen. The Baffin Regional Chamber of Commerce and the Labrador North Chamber of Commerce are jointly hosting this unique event, which is a high-profile showcase of business and culture from Nunavut, Nunatsiavut, Labrador, and Nunavut. The 4-day event attracts over 200 exhibitions and 1,200 delegates. Over the past 20 years, this conference has become the landmark event for anyone interested in Canada's Arctic and subarctic regions. It is an opportunity to network with Northerners, industry, business, and government, and one of the most unique showcases of Inuit arts and crafts and culture. Northern Lights 2018 also hosted the 6th Annual Inspiration Prize Award Ceremony this week, and I want to acknowledge the founders and partners of Arctic Inspiration and congratulate those who took home the Arctic Inspiration Prize this year. I want to acknowledge Arnold Witzer and his wife, Sina, for their love and commitment to Canada's Arctic and for donating more than $60 million to the Arctic Inspiration Prize. As a proud Northerner, Mr. Speaker—
For Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, last night at a town hall meeting in Edmonton, the Prime Minister said his government is fighting some Canadian veterans in court because they are asking for more money than the federal government can afford. Mr. Speaker, our veterans put their lives on the line to give Canadians the freedom we enjoy, whether it was World War I, II, or any other conflicts our troops are sent into. If any of our veterans are injured, resulting in a disability, we must ensure they continue to have a quality of life they so richly deserve. If this Liberal government can spend $10 million to Qatar and install a rink on Parliament Hill for $5.5 million, then why are they treating our veterans so poorly? Remember, Mr. Speaker, they fought for us. We owe them.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
On January 18th, 1958, Fredericton's own Willie O'Ree stepped onto the ice for the Boston Bruins in a regular season game to become the first black player to play in the National Hockey League. Despite the overt racism, taunts, and jeers that he would face from fans throughout his professional career, Willie would say, and I quote, "Things like that, it didn't bother me. I just wanted to be a hockey player, and if they couldn't accept that fact, that was their problem, not mine." As we celebrate Black History Month and the 60th anniversary of his breaking of the black color barrier in professional hockey, we thank Willie for his continued service to the game and to our communities as a longtime ambassador for NHL diversity. A member of the New Brunswick Hall of Fame, the Order of Canada, there remains but one honour to be bestowed upon this person who left such an indelible mark on the sport. Mr. Speaker, for his dedication as a builder, I'm sure Frederictonians, New Brunswickers, Canadians, and hockey fans around the world would share the view that it is past due time that Willie O'Ree be inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Yes, that's right. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, in Saskatoon, I hosted a town hall on housing as a human right and heard many concerns from community members who attended. We heard about a young Indigenous man whose home was a garage and a space heater, about women and children who couldn't find emergency shelter, and young people who became homeless because when they graduated from foster care. Our Prime Minister has said housing rights are human rights and everyone deserves a safe, affordable place to call home. One person on the street is one too many, and I agree. The National Housing Strategy only aims to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% over 10 years. I believe we can and must do better. What is clear is we need a national plan to end and prevent homelessness. My motion, M147, will allow us to gather successful strategies from all corners of this country to create that plan. I urge all my colleagues to support M147 so we can finally make homelessness history. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
News reports this morning state that Iranian police have arrested 29 women who have protested the country's oppressive laws against women by removing their hijabs in public places and waving them aloft on long poles. I'm asking all of my colleagues here to stand with me to demand the release of these women and to demand that Iran reverse laws that oppress and degrade women. I also ask all of my colleagues to stand united in understanding that the equality of women has long been diminished by laws, religious or otherwise, and patriarchal social mores that attempt to blame the presentation of a woman's body for various societal ills. The right of a woman to choose how she clothes herself should be left to a woman alone, not to her family, her spouse, her faith community, or her government. If any of those actors try to remove that agency, we should support her through reclamation of her rights, not impose more restrictions upon her. Equality will only come when we stand united behind this principle, rather than behind laws or mores that oppose it, using a warped notion of equality itself for cover.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I invite everyone to the winter carnivals taking place in Ottawa and the local area. Winterlude kicks off today, and next week there are two great carnivals in my riding of Canada Carleton. Fitzroy Harbour Winter Carnival runs from Thursday, February the 8th to Sunday the 11th, with activities like, a spaghetti supper, a snow pitch tournament, trivia night, and much more. With 4 days of fun, there's fun for the whole family. On Saturday, February 10th, I invite everyone to Canada for the Hazeldean Lions Winter Festival. Outdoor horse-drawn sleigh rides, a pancake breakfast, and lots of activities for the children. But none of these great events would take place without the tremendous volunteers who dedicate their precious time to making these carnivals happen. Thank you for everything you do and for making such a big difference in your communities. Mark your calendars, everyone. Come celebrate that we are midway through winter, and next weekend, both in Fitzroy Harbour and Canada. Hope to see you there.
Question orale, oral questions. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, for 5 days now we've been asking the Prime Minister about his illegal vacations on Billionaire Island. We also know that after our leader asked the Ethics Commissioner to investigate, he was found guilty of four charges. 4 charges, Mr. Speaker, a first in Canadian history. We're trying to understand, I think all Canadians would like to understand why the Prime Minister won't pay back the $215,000 he took out of their pockets.
To the Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, allow me to help member better understand. The previous commissioner, both in her report and testimony in committee, answered many questions related to her report. We accept her findings and respect her work. On this side, we respect the work of all officers of Parliament, unlike the opposition. When officers of Parliament make recommendations, we take them seriously, Mr. Speaker, and we work with them to ensure that there is follow-up, and we follow them.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here are some messages I've received from constituents this week. Anything goes with other people's money. He's laughing in our faces. He's guilty. He should pay back. Keep on him till he pays up. He is not above the law just because he's Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've received hundreds and hundreds of messages like this since early in the week, and I'd be happy to provide you with all of them. The question is, why isn't the Prime Minister paying Canadians back?
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage my colleague to read the Commission's report. As has been the case for past Prime Ministers, And in the case for this Prime Minister, whenever and wherever the Prime Minister travels, there are costs related to security. We always accept the advice of our security agencies as to how to best ensure the safety of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister has said going forward, he will engage with the Commissioner to discuss personal and family vacations.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, enough with the broken record. In life, when you make a mistake, you assume the consequences. If you commit a crime, you go to jail. If you steal, you make restitution. When Liberal ministers or staffers broke the rules, they had to pay back. So why is the Prime Minister acting above the law? He took an illegal trip. He was found guilty. He should pay back taxpayers.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that immediately after the Commissioner's report was tabled, the Prime Minister did take responsibility, accepted the findings, and committed to working with the Office of the Commissioner on all future personal and family vacations. On our side, we thank the Commissioner and we accept the findings, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
By not paying back the illegal costs that stem from his illegal vacation, the Prime Minister is setting a new low in standards for all of us in this place. He's saying that if a lobbyist or someone who does business with the government offers you a free trip, take it. Jewelry, cars, even envelopes full of cash, no problem. Just take it, pay a small fine, and then when you're done, say sorry. This is just plain wrong, Mr. Speaker, and against what we all know is right. When will the Prime Minister do the moral thing, the right thing, and pay back these illegals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives continue to want to focus on an issue that has been dealt with by the Commissioner, this government wants to continue to focus on what's priority for all Canadians. And a good example of that is Canada's middle class. From the very beginning of the reduction of the Canada middle class tax bracket, putting hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of Canadians in every region of this country, we realize that the policies and the focus of this government on motivating and getting the economy moving forward is creating tangible jobs, 400,000 plus.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
The Prime Minister took an illegal trip and he used taxpayers' dollars to do it. So by not paying them back, basically here's what he's saying. Go ahead. Everyone, accept those free tickets to Elton John concerts that maybe you were offered. I know we weren't. Fly you and your family across the country. Stay at the nicest hotels, claim per diems, and charge all expenses to the taxpayer. And then when you're caught, you don't have to pay a cent back. You've got a free family vacation. Mr. Speaker, it would be so wrong for any one of us to do that. When will the Prime Minister pay back these illegal expenses and raise the standard in this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind my colleague across the way. The security agencies make the determinations on what is needed in order to protect this Prime Minister, as they have done for previous Prime Ministers, and we follow their recommendations. The former Commissioner has acknowledged that these costs are incurred as part of the role of being the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner to clear future family vacations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, strangely enough, selling public infrastructure to private investors didn't seem to get mentioned before the last election by the Liberals. But last year's budget revealed the Liberals plan to take $15 billion from existing infrastructure promises to fund their new infrastructure bank. As Canadian families deal with record levels of household debt, private investors like BlackRock are setting the government's priorities and making Canadian families pay for new tolls and service fees. Just why do the Liberals think they have the mandate to create their infrastructure bank?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Infrastructure Bank will invest in infrastructure that is in the public interest, providing an innovative new infrastructure financing tool and attracting private sector investment to build transformational projects that may not otherwise get built. This is an optional tool that our provincial, territorial, Indigenous and municipal partners can use to increase the long-term affordability and sustainability of infrastructure in their communities. The bank will not displace traditional infrastructure spending, and our government is continuing to invest historic amounts, $186 billion, Mr. Speaker, to create inclusive communities where everyone has access to opportunities that let them reach their full potential.
Right on.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is looking more and more like the public-private partnerships that the Harper government was forcing on infrastructure projects. The bank will charge additional tolls and user fees to line the pockets of Bay Street investors. This is Canadians' money. Can the Liberal government at least reassure the provinces and municipalities that projects won't have to go through the bank when stakeholders want public infrastructure, truly public infrastructure? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the bank will impose nothing at all. The bank will invest in public interest infrastructure using novel means of financing that will attract investment from the private sector in order to implement innovative projects that otherwise would never see the light of day. It's optional. Our provincial and municipal and Indigenous partners will be able to use the bank to increase funding, to leverage further funding for certain projects. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Federal Public Service Labour Relations Board has stated that the federal government did not live up to its obligations under the legislation. Because of the Liberals' Phoenix pay system fiasco, over 100,000 federal public servants have not yet received their well-deserved pay raises. It's totally unacceptable. Will the Liberals undertake to compensate those workers?
Mr. Speaker, when we formed government, we inherited a situation where the Harper Conservatives refused to negotiate with our public sector unions, resulting in a situation where no public servants had collective agreements. Our government negotiated in good faith, reaching agreements covering 91% of our public servants. We're facing challenges implementing those agreements because of the IBM Phoenix pay system, which was conceived by the Harper Conservatives. We regret this situation, and we will ensure that our great public servants are treated fairly.
I just want to remind the members that there are rules in place that when somebody's speaking, we should listen, or if we've got comments, make them to ourselves. And I'm sure the comments get made to ourselves, but it carries right across. So if you could maybe keep your voice down when you're making those comments to the person next to you, not to the person across the aisle. The honourable member for Victoria.
How long are they going to keep blaming Harper, Mr. Speaker? A couple of anniversaries to note. We're approaching the 2-year anniversary of when Phoenix first started to fail our public service, and we're already well past the 1-year anniversary of when this government promised to fix it. So we now learn the government's also violating its legal obligations by failing to meet implementation deadlines for new collective agreements. As PSAC President Robin Benson said, and I quote, "Phoenix might be the reason, but it is not an excuse." Isn't this government tired of letting down our public service?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
We have great respect for our public service. We have a world-class public service in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, when the Harper Conservatives eliminated 700 payroll advisor jobs, that created the situation that actually gutted the legacy system before the new system was actually operable. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is bad public practice to eliminate an existing system until the new system is working. Mr. Speaker, this was bad management, but it was all to create an illusory surplus on the eve of an election. We are investing now to fix the situation, and we will treat our public servants fairly.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in the former commissioner's report, we learned that the Prime Minister's trip, planning began for that trip in the summer of 2016. That refutes the argument that the Prime Minister made a mistake and simply lengthens the long list of broken promises of accountable government. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us whether he will finally act in good faith and pay back the money unscrupulously taken from Canadian taxpayers?
To the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated earlier, the previous commissioner, both in her report and the testimony in committee, answered many questions related to her report. We accept her findings and respect her work. On this side, we respect the work of all officers of Parliament, unlike the opposition. When officers of Parliament make recommendations, we take them seriously and we work with them to ensure we follow them. On top of this, the Prime Minister is committed to working with the Office of the Commissioner to clear all future personal and family vacations, Mr. Speaker.
Now, member. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not fooled, and it's an insult to their intelligence by the Prime Minister to take them for fools. The Prime Minister's illegal trip was planned with full knowledge of the facts, and the idea was to have taxpayers foot the bill. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister show a shred of integrity by reimbursing the money used for a good time at taxpayer expense?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my friend across the way that the Prime Minister takes all Canadians very seriously. That's one of the reasons why he's on a tour of town halls, whether it's in Winnipeg, Edmonton. I believe today he's on Vancouver Island. It's important that we recognize that the security agencies are the ones that make the determinations on what is needed to protect this Prime Minister, as they have done for previous Prime Ministers. And we follow their recommendations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
The Prime Minister has been asked to answer for breaking the law. He says he's taken responsibility. But what is responsibility without accountability? His illegal trips abused taxpayer funds. $215,000 for security, $32,000 for jets, and over $1,700 on booze and meals. The Prime Minister and his buddies took Canadian taxpayers for a ride, an illegal ride. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and pay the money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, all I can do is repeat for my friend across the way. As I've indicated, that the previous commissioner, both in her report and testimony in committee, answered many different questions related to her report. We accept her findings and respect her work. As the opposition wants to focus on this particular issue, we will continue to focus on the important issues that Canadians have. In Winnipeg North alone, we get millions of dollars coming towards the Canada Child Benefit, literally lifting hundreds of children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. These are important issues to Canadians. These are important issues to this government.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't always go on vacation, but when I do, I pay for it myself. Right. The Ethics Commissioner found that the Prime Minister broke the law when he chose to accept a gift worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from a man who has business dealings with the government. How can they defend this? Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, repay the $200,000 of taxpayer money?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate the question. Obviously, I disagree with it. And let me provide an answer that I've provided earlier. As has been the case for past Prime Ministers and in the case for this Prime Minister, wherever the Prime Minister travels, there are costs related to security. We always accept the advice of our security agencies as to how to best ensure the safety of the Prime Minister. As the Prime Minister has said, going forward, he will engage the Commissioner to discuss both personal and family vacations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after accepting illegal travel and breaching the Conflict of Interest Act, the Prime Minister has a fiduciary duty to taxpayers to make them whole again. Yet all week, the Prime Minister and his House Leader have recited sophomoric talking points about accepting the Commissioner's recommendations. Well, the report didn't contain recommendations, only conclusions that the Prime Minister broke the law in 4 places. When will this Prime Minister actually take responsibility and repay Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that immediately after the Commissioner's report was actually tabled, the Prime Minister did take responsibility. He accepted the findings and committed to working with the Office of the Commissioner on future personal and family vacations. Again, as the Conservatives want to be able to focus on that particular issue, this government will continue to persist to be focused on what's important to Canadians. Get a better sense by listening to some of the things that are being talked about at the Town Hall. Canada's middle class is important, and this is something in which the government will continue.
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, a year and a half ago, the Minister of Indigenous Services reimbursed Canadians $3,700 for limo rides. And what's interesting is that the Ethics Commissioner had cleared her. Why did she reimburse the money anyway? Because, and I quote the minister here, this does not live up to the standard Canadians expect. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister do like the Minister of Indigenous Services and pay Canadians back?
Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that there is a cost to security, and the security agencies make the determinations on what is needed to protect the Prime Minister, as they have done for all Prime Ministers prior to this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and we follow their recommendations. The role and the former Commissioner has acknowledged that these costs are incurred as part of him being the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner to clear all future family vacations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie.
Minister was appointed to oversee foreign affairs. I have sent her many letters on Israel and Palestine, and I have yet to receive a reply. Really? Not a single reply yet. Does the government have the position on labeling of products from illegal settlements? No reply. Will the government defend the rights of imprisoned Palestinian children, including Hahed Tamimi? No reply. Has the government raised concerns about threats to Palestinian villages like Susiya? No reply. Why won't the minister answer our...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows that Canada is a steadfast ally and friend of Israel and a friend of the Palestinian people. That's a long-standing policy of the Government of Canada. If the member opposite is looking for a reply to correspondence she sent to the Ministry, I'm happy to speak with her on a whole range of issues. She knows she can come find me anytime at the conclusion of question period today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie. Mr. Speaker, I would like the minister to answer my letters. That would be a sign of respect for this institution. The minister's silence is unacceptable. Thousands of Canadians want the minister to raise the question of human rights in relations between Israel and Palestine. Canada has declined to condemn the American decision on Jerusalem and has done nothing about settlements. Does the minister know that Canadians want their government to defend justice and human rights? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of our foreign policy all around the world in all our relations. The long-standing position of Canada has been that the status of Jerusalem can only be settled in the context of negotiations between both parties, and that should directly answer my colleague opposite's question. That has been a long-standing position of the Government of Canada, and we are, of course, always open to answer my colleague's questions.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, the Prime Minister promised he would never force veterans into court. He also promised a return to lifetime pensions for all our injured veterans. Once elected, Mr. Speaker, he broke that promise, forcing Equitas veterans back to court. He broke his promise on lifetime pensions. And yesterday in Edmonton, he blamed veterans for asking for too much money, Mr. Speaker. When will the Prime Minister admit that he lied to veterans to win their vote in the last election, or will he admit that he didn't cost understand, or care about the promises he was making to veteran families?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, nous apprécions
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the contribution of veterans to protecting Canadians' security. Our government immediately took steps to deal with the issues raised, including increasing benefits for various things. And veterans asked for a pension option, and we delivered the goods on that. And this has considerably improved the benefit system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, now we know why veterans call the new minister the bad news reader, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, the Prime Minister made promises. Promises to win the election that he clearly either didn't cost or understand. He said he wouldn't take veterans back to court. He did. He said lifetime pensions for all, and then said no. Mr. Speaker, there's a question here. Did the Prime Minister of Canada knowingly lie to veterans and Canadians, or did he not care that he was making promises he couldn't keep?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, that there are a few things that I've learned in my short time as minister. One of them is the incredible amnesia that seems to exist from the other side of the House. You would think that some foreign body or some alien species had been in government for 10 years. And under their 10 years on their watch, when veterans came home, what did they come home to? Broken promises, closed offices, and ignored voices. We have delivered, finally, on a pension for life, and we will continue to do the right thing by our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Last night in Edmonton, the Prime Minister said, "Why are we still fighting against certain veterans groups in court? Because they're asking for more than we can give right now." Actually, veterans are only asking for what this Prime Minister promised them. A Prime Minister who has no problem running up huge deficits to the tune of billions of dollars year after year. Why did the Prime Minister mislead veterans? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have delivered on a pension for life. It is monthly. It is tax-free. I have spent the better part of 3-4 months crisscrossing this country and finally listening to veterans. And you know what they say? One thing that they have resented over the past 10 years.
Order. I just want to remind the members this is a question and answer period. It's not a discussion period when everybody jumps in at the same time. So I would like to hear what the minister has to reply. I'll just leave it at that and let the minister continue.
In this place, I know words are used, but words are not enough. And on this side, finally, we have taken action for our veterans. And while I have heard others say such things as shell game when it comes to money, I'll tell you something. $10 billion of new money for our veterans is no shell game. That is real.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
You know what's not enough, Mr. Speaker? The act is not enough to our veterans. Last night in Edmonton, the Prime Minister said, why are we still fighting certain veterans groups in court? Because they're asking for more than we're able to give right now. Actually, Prime Minister, veterans are asking for what you promised them. He has no problem with billions in deficits, billions to the United Nations, billions more for his pet projects, and handing $10 million to Omar Khadr. Is it really, Mr. Prime Minister, that veterans are asking for more than he can give, or is it more than you care to give veterans?
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their question through the chair and not directly to someone else in the chamber. The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
I wish I could look at the other side and only accuse them of inaction, but I couldn't do that. Not when they cut budgets for veterans, not when they closed offices time and time again, and not when they ignored the voices of our veterans. We, as a government, in 2.5 years have put forward $10 billion in new money. We have offered and given a pension for life, tax-free to our veterans. We are keeping the promise that all sides in this House gave in 2006 under our new Veterans Charter. But we are not sitting our hands. We are taking action, finally.
L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, between 3 and 5% of seafood products imported into Canada were inspected by the Canada Food Inspection Agency. Given that millions of fish were contaminated by a toxic spill in Vietnam in 2016, in April, did the Minister of Health ask the CFIA to pay particular attention to inspecting seafood from Vietnam since this disaster? What tests have been carried out, and what proportion of the fish stocks from these countries have been tested?
Ministre de Santé.
Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a question. All of the food that's imported into Canada must meet Canadian standards. The Canada Food Inspection Agency has a robust monitoring and inspection program for fish and seafood. When the CFIA determines that a product may present a risk to the health of Canadians, it takes immediate steps to protect consumers. The agency is intensifying its monitoring of products and is working on imports from countries including Vietnam.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a recent report revealed that a profitable Canadian mining company operates in Mongolia but uses a tax haven in Luxembourg. This company avoided paying Canadian taxes of $690 million and deprived Mongolia of $230 million. They only paid Luxembourg $89 million, where they have one part-time employee. But wait for it, it's completely legal because this company got written approval from the CRA to avoid paying Canadian taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, how can this minister defend this sweetheart deal to the Canadians who are paying their fair share?
L'honorable député.
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to fighting tax avoidance and evasion abroad in order to ensure a fair tax system for all Canadians. This is a worldwide issue, and that's why Canada is working very closely with its international partners in the OECD to improve the sharing of information. Following investments in the last two budgets, the agency is now able to look at the risks linked to these large multinationals every year. And as my colleague knows well, I cannot comment on any particular case.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With world-class institutions like Holland Bloorview Kids Rehab Hospital, Sunnybrook Hospital, and Glendon College in my riding, I often engage with scientists and other researchers working on exciting breakthroughs that will improve the lives of Canadians. I'm pleased to hear that from them that Canada is now being viewed as a leader in science and learning around the world, and many of their international counterparts want to work in Canada. Can the Minister of Science tell this House what our government is doing to recruit top international talent?
The Honourable Minister of Science.
I want to thank the member from Don Valley West for his strong support of research. Canadians can be proud that the world is looking to Canada as a leader in science. We're an open, diverse, inclusive country that is committed to supporting science, and the world has noticed. Thousands of top researchers from around the world want to come to Canada, and we're investing $117 million to quickly recruit them to universities across the country. We've already welcomed the first round of researchers, and we look forward to the exciting discoveries they will make to help improve the lives of Canadians.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, in November 2016, when the Prime Minister approved Trans Mountain, he said it's safe, it's in the national interest, and it will create 15,000 jobs. That's true. It's been 4 years since the application started. Now, $800 million and 175 conditions later, the BC NDP is trying to kill it. Yesterday, the PM said he doesn't want to opine on provincial disagreements, but it's about the whole country, and he should lead. When will the Natural Resources Minister walk all that talk and show exactly
what the Liberals will do to ensure this vital infrastructure gets built.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question and say I'm glad she has her voice back, because what she has to say is always worth hearing. The member knows that the Prime Minister said unequivocally yesterday in Edmonton, as he has said since the approval was made, that this pipeline will be built because it's in the national interest. And the national interest means that we safely and securely get our resources to market. The national interest means that we put a premium on world-class protection for our oceans. The national interest means that we...
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But in November, already a year after approval, Kinder Morgan warned about delays and hurdles. The PM himself said, as the Minister said, Trans Mountain is in the best interest of Canada and Canadians, and it will strengthen our communities and put food on the table. It will create thousands of jobs, add billions to the economy, but it's all at risk. Yesterday, the PM just declared this pipeline is going to get built. So the question is obvious. How? Exactly what action will the Liberals take? What are they going to do beyond talking to make sure that Trans Mountain isn't yet another multi-billion-dollar opportunity lost under their watch?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the pipeline has been approved. The pipeline has been approved by the Government of Canada in the national interest, and it will be built. When there are motions in front of the National Energy Board that require interventions from the Government of Canada, the Government of Canada will intervene as it has done. What could be clearer than the Prime Minister of Canada saying to the entire country that this project is in the national interest because it satisfies the pillars of economic development in the energy sector: jobs, environmental stewardship, and protection of our sacred relationships with Indigenous people.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the BC Premier shamefully gave his Environment Minister a mandate letter that ordered him to employ every tool available to prevent the Kinder Morgan pipeline from being built. It shouldn't come as a surprise to the Prime Minister that this is happening. The Liberals have failed on Energy East, and now they're doing the same on Kinder Morgan. So what exactly is the Prime Minister going to do to get the Kinder Morgan built?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
This government has approved the Trans Mountain expansion. This government has approved the Energy Enbridge Line 3 replacement. This project and also the support for Keystone XL will give us the pipeline capacity we need. The 10 years of the Conservative government didn't have 1 kilometre of pipe delivered to Tidewater.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan's Milkmain Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister only offered Canadians vague platitudes in the face of escalating unconstitutional threats seeking to block a federally approved pipeline. What the Prime Minister has failed to tell anyone by which mechanism his government will invoke to overturn the recent BC government's efforts to block the project. Now, this is a serious topic. It requires serious answers. We're talking about respecting the rule of law and our Constitution. What is the Prime Minister going to do to rectify this situation between British Columbia and Alberta?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the premiers of Alberta and British Columbia will have reasons to make statements about energy projects. There is only one government in Canada that has the responsibility of approving major infrastructure that goes across provincial lines. That's the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada has approved the pipeline, and we will ensure that the process is as expeditious as possible. I don't understand all the fuss on the other side. We want the pipeline to be built.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavut, AU. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Canada's Human Rights Tribunal issued a 4th compliance order concerning discrimination against Indigenous children. 2 years, $1 million in legal fees, 4 compliance orders and 1 opposition motion in the House. Will the government finally show the real spirit of reconciliation and restore the balance that's required to end this discrimination once and for all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to reforming the current broken system that takes far too many Indigenous children in this country away from their families. We will immediately begin to cover the actual costs of all 105 First Nation Child and Family Service agencies in prevention in other areas, including retroactively to January 2016. As the CHRT ruling noted, our government is fully committed to implement all the orders in this ruling to truly develop child-centered, Indigenous-led, and prevention-focused solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the project to build a high-frequency Via Rail train in the Quebec-Windsor corridor would improve transport service options for Canadians in many regions. This project would help the Greater Drummond area with its social and economic development. Local and regional actors are working hard to make this project a reality. The time is over for reflection. It's time for the government to take action. When will the Liberal government announce that it will support and fund this high-frequency Via Rail train?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Our government is developing the best approach to develop a rail transport system that is effective and reliable for passengers in Canada. This is why in Budget 2016, we dedicated $45 million to various projects for Via Rail, including $3.3 million over 3 years to carry out a detailed evaluation of this proposal for the high-frequency train.
Warner.
Mr. Speaker, Communist China's proposed takeover of Aecon has raised serious concerns from security experts, the construction industry, and everyday Canadians. Aecon is a major player in Canada's critical infrastructure, including telecommunications networks, nuclear power plants, and the energy sector. This is a bad deal for Canada and a threat to national security. If a company banned from international contracts due to corruption and fraud, based in a country known for cyber attacks and espionage on Canada, if they don't qualify or aren't subject to a national security review, Mr. Speaker, then who would be?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Global companies want to invest in Canada, Mr. Speaker, because of our skilled workforce and our strong innovation economy. Our government is open to investment. We're trying to encourage investment. But we also have the Investment Canada Act, Mr. Speaker, that puts into place a significant review process such that such investments are an overall economic benefit to Canada. A multi-step security review process is part of that upon which we rely on our experts. Mr. Speaker, we will never compromise national security, and each proposed investment is examined on a case-by-case basis.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian company Aecon has been doing maintenance on Bell Canada's network since the 1950s. Today, Aecon is working on Bell's wireless fibre optic migration to expand its wireless cell phone service in Canada. They're also building Bell's headquarters in Mississauga. Now, the People's Republic of China is now seeking to buy Aecon through a state-owned enterprise. The Liberals don't seem to be concerned about the possible security risk this transaction will have for Canadians. So can the Minister of Industry confirm that a national security review will be done on Aecon's purchase, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the Act itself provides for a multi-step review process for security issues and we rely upon our experts in the national security structures that we have in order to provide us with guidance. We trust their judgment, Mr. Speaker. We will follow that multi-step review process in this case. As in all other cases, we will never compromise our national security, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian company Aecon is also helping to build and has built a great deal of the Calgary South Health campus in my riding. Now, the People's Republic of China, again, is now seeking to buy Aecon through a state-owned enterprise, leaving many Canadians in fear over what knowledge this foreign government will have of our hospital. Now, we know that the past approval of MDA means that Liberals really don't care about national security concerns of Canadians. Will the Minister of Industry put Canadian national security ahead of any economic considerations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I reiterate to the honourable member that we never have and we never will compromise our national security. The fact of the matter is that we have a multi-step process in place under the Investment Canada Act. We rely on the expertise of our national security experts. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition doesn't seem to want to rely on the opinions of our own national security experts. We will, Mr. Speaker, and we will get to a good result.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, last June the government signed a historic agreement with the provinces and territories on early learning and childcare. This agreement showed that for the first time ever, multiple levels of government were committed to increasing the quality, affordability, flexibility, and inclusivity of early learning and childcare. The
Minister, or rather can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the status of the implementation of this agreement? Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulate and thank our colleagues for Nova West for his hard work on behalf of our families and children. On January 10th, I had the pleasure, I was pleased to announce the signing of an agreement on early learning and childcare with the Nova Scotian government that will transfer $35 million over the next 3 years to families and children. This is a long-term 10-year plan to support and increase the affordability, quality and accessibility of early learning and childcare across our great country. For the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker, more families will have access to those services for children in the long term and the short term. Thank you.
Honourable Député. Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim to be the party of supply management, but they're undermining the very system they claim to defend. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, minus the U.S., has half as many potential customers for Canada, but the Liberals are offering the same market access to Canadian milk, eggs and poultry to 10 other countries. Processors and producers are concerned, and 10 days after the announcement of the agreement, there's still no plan to offset the negative impacts. Did the Prime Minister abandon our farmers to save face? And when will the government announce their plan? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this trade agreement will create new opportunities for producers across the country. We're aware of the importance of supply management, and we are committed to consult about the impacts that this will have on the industry and about the best way to go forward. We immediately undertook discussions that I participated in with the supply management sector, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, construction workers in my riding and across Canada have told me about the significant impact that late payments can have on them and their families. Small businesses depend on timely payment so that they can put food on the table.
This has been an issue for far too long. Can the Minister please update this House as to what action our government is taking to ensure that contractors and especially subcontractors in the construction industry are paid in a timely manner?
Hear, hear. Well, Minister for Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Long Range Mountains for her tireless work in advancing this file. Our government recognizes the good middle-class jobs contractors and subcontractors provide Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This is why we're proud to announce our intention to introduce federal prompt payment legislation. With the help of experts Sharon Vogel and Bruce Reynolds, we'll be seeking input from the construction industry to develop a robust federal regime. This is another important action our government is taking to help the middle class and those working hard to join.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Trade Minister recently stated that when you have more than 70% of your exports to one country, I think people realize that it's in Canada's best interest to look west and to look east. Well, that would be great advice when it comes to pipelines. However, thanks to those Liberals, Energy East is dead and Kinder Morgan is in serious jeopardy. It's not enough to simply say the pipeline will get built. The Prime Minister needs to back up his words with action. Talk isn't enough. When will this government actually take action to ensure the pipeline gets built?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the action we took was to consult with virtually tens of thousands of Canadians about the Kinder Morgan pipeline, including many Indigenous communities up and down the line. And the conclusion, after many months of consultation with tens of thousands of Canadians, was that this pipeline is in the national interest. We have also approved the Enbridge Line 3 replacement. We are also supportive of the Keystone XL pipeline, all three of which will significantly help the Canadian government and really all Canadians to begin to export our oil and gas beyond.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, when he visited Saint-Félicien last October for the by-election in Lac-Saint-Jean, the Prime Minister promised that he would not be making any concession concerning supply management in the new Trans-Pacific Partnership. Not one. But we learned this morning that this was smoke and mirrors. The government made the same concessions for chicken and eggs as it did for the old TPP, and it gave up 3.25% of the dairy market. Why did the Minister of Trade disobey the Prime Minister's mandate, which ordered him not to make any concessions on supply management? Because nothing means zero. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this is an agreement that will create opportunities for farmers across Canada. We immediately undertook discussions with the supply management sector. I participated in them, and we will continue to consult. We will continue to vigorously support all of our farmers, including the supply management system. Our government is committed to helping grow our agricultural exports to $75 million by 2025 so that our farmers can make more money, and we will also be supporting the dairy, egg, and chicken industry. The honourable member for Joliette. My question is for the Minister of Trade, so I don't want to hear the same talking points that don't mean anything from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. During the by-election, the Prime Minister promised farmers that he would not make any concessions on supply management in the new TPP. After the election, wow, our farmers are getting the short end of the stick again. It's like in the song by Félix Leclerc. On election night, he called you his son, but the next day he'd forgotten your name. Why is it always our Quebec farmers who are used as pawns in these trade agreements? Why? The Honourable Minister. One thing that we do on this side is remember the name of the colleague across the way. When a member rises in this House to answer a question from the other side, we do it seriously and we do it with great reason. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that we met with members of the agricultural sector one day after announcing that we would be signing the TPP. This is an agreement that is good for the agricultural sector. It's an agreement that will allow Canadian industry to have access to a huge market of 500 million people. It's a huge section of the world economy, and we will continue to work with farmers in Quebec and in Canada to ensure that we can work together to improve the sector. The honourable member for Joliette. Well, that's different than what the Prime Minister announced in Saint-Félicien. Now, what is legalizing cannabis really about? It's not about health or fighting organized crime. It's a new market for the Liberals. The government is giving production licenses to their Liberal friends. There's a huge amount of money in the game. Producers have seen their shares triple in value in just 3 months. That's some serious profit. There's over $165 million that comes from shadowy funds and tax havens. There's no way of knowing who's investing in them. So it's time to get serious. Will the government delay the coming into force of the bill so that we can sort this out? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman asked what's the purpose of the legislation. The purpose of the legislation is two things. First of all, to better keep cannabis out of the hands of our kids, and number two, to stop the flow of illegal cash to organized crime. And that includes the present selling system, Mr. Speaker, which has failed Canadians for 90 years. Our new law offers a better prospect of success.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. Kivatlakal was a boarding school in my hometown of Rankin Inlet. Nunavut's Court of Justice has recently ruled that Kivatlakal met the requirements to be considered a residential school. The federal government is now appealing this court decision. Mr. Speaker, I'm confused, and so are those affected, because the minister has recently stated, and I quote, The best way to address outstanding issues and achieve reconciliation is through negotiation and dialogue rather than litigation. Why is the federal government taking this back to court? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. The abuse of children is tragic and it is unacceptable. The Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement was negotiated by many parties with the goal of bringing fair and lasting resolution to the legacy of Indian residential schools. We recognize that there are cases that fall outside the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, and although Canada has appealed this decision into court, we remain committed to pursuing reconciliation and healing, and as this matter is currently before the courts, Canada will not comment further at this time.
Et c'est tout pour aujourd'hui. That's all for today. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, concerning veterans during question period, I would like to ask consent of the House to table the following document. Let's changing together page 55 of this Liberal document where it says we will restore these pensions. I'm sorry? I think that's a point of debate. Is there unanimous consent? There is not.
Another point of order? Do we have a point of order? Oh, no, okay. I'm sorry? We can, okay, well, routine proceedings. Order. Order. No, I believe we said no. I just want to make that clear. I know the hearing's kind of hard in this room sometimes, so I'll just make sure everybody, I'll say it slowly. No. Okay, very good. Tabling of documents. Oh, we have another point of order for the member for Barrie Innisfil.
In fact, I think if you check the records that there was a yes on that side, Mr. Speaker, to table this document. I believe it was the Minister of Health that said it.
It was a request for unanimous consent. Usually unanimous consent means everybody has to say yes. I did hear a no. I don't know where it came from, but it came from this room because I don't think anybody outside the room can scream loud enough so that we can hear it. Tabling of documents. Order. 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 Very good. Introduction of government bills. Do you have any? No? Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture des projets de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure when we take a look at this particular petition, it deals with the need to recognize June as the Filipino Heritage Month. And in fact, we have a motion that my colleague and friend from Scarborough Centre is actually advancing through the House of Commons. It's motion 155. The petitioners on this are asking for members of this House to unanimously get behind this motion, recognizing the important, valuable contributions that our Filipino community has made and continues to make as an important aspect of everyday living in every region of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
To present electronic petition 1283 from Wayne Riel in my riding of Bay of Quinte. It's a petition for childhood cancer. Childhood cancer is the #1 killer of our children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis. Children are dying daily, and nowhere near is enough being done. Current amount of funding put towards research for childhood cancer is 4%. It's not enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Following petition, the petitioners want to draw the Liberal attention
government about the that in early August 2017, roughly 5 tons of genetically modified salmon was sold in Canada. That this salmon was likely ended up on our plate without knowing this. And that Canadians are concerned about the lack of information about where GMO salmon is sold. Therefore, the petitioners called the government to ban the sale and breeding of genetically modified salmon in Canada until labeling standards to warn consumers are put in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Présentation de pétitions. Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
A.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, picking up where we left off before a question period, as I listened to the member's high moral dudgeon, I was reminded of another great work of fiction. And you see, Mr. Speaker, what we have here is really a tale of two leaders in which what is the best of times for the leader on this side of the House is perhaps the worst of times for the leader on the opposite side. We have one leader, the leader of the opposition, attacking the other leader, the Prime Minister, for holding fundraisers, while at the same time the leader of the opposition first denies having secret fundraisers, and then, when presented with proof, says, in a plot twist worthy of Dickens, says that it's okay for him to do those things. Then we have the other leader, the Prime Minister, proposing a bill to increase transparency in fundraising, and who is indeed already voluntarily following the rules proposed in Bill C-50. So I wonder if the member could tell this House why, in the winter of their despair, they can tell us why the antagonist in this tale, his leader, won't take his party's fundraising activities out of the season of darkness and into the season of light.
Well, Member for Central Okanagan's Milkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member tells quite a tale. But I will say this, is Canadians expect their elected officials to act with integrity. When they see a picture of the Prime Minister on the cover of the Vancouver Sun, the newspaper I should say, on the front page, and they see him right side by side with a Chinese nationalist who not only donated, but it was specifically lobbying the Prime Minister and gave a quote to the press saying that, specifically on a sale that would be to a Chinese company, Mr. Speaker, so that it would not have to go through a national security a test and whatnot through our Investment Act. Mr. Speaker, something is wrong. That is why the Prime Minister is putting this forward, is more to give political cover rather than to ensure we have a system we all can be proud of. You know what? You shouldn't need to legislate either morality or the integrity of someone's office. I would suggest that this bill, we could have been talking about improving the system in other ways, and I gave that amendment or that suggestion earlier.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Resume. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that was a good question that was posed, and the member opposite kind of evaded the answer. The issue is that you have the Conservative Party who appears to be wanting to vote against legislation that is going to ensure more transparency. Surely to goodness the opposition would recognize that their own leader does have some influence, that it is important for Canadians to know who is paying what kind of money, over $200, in meeting with our leaders of our national party. That's in essence what this legislation is doing. And I would think that it would be a natural for all opposition parties, for all members, to support the idea that when a leader of a political party goes and meets with some of Canada's more wealthier people and everyday Canadians, quite frankly, where they're paying more than $200 in order to be in the presence of that leader, that what's wrong with sharing with Elections Manitoba their names as to who is meeting with our leaders? Why would the Conservatives oppose that?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give a concrete example that this member should remember. when former Heritage Minister Shelley Glover found out that there were lobbyists that were registered to lobby her department for funds, was going to attend a fundraiser. She canceled those tickets and immediately worked with the Ethics Commissioner. On the flip side, we have the Minister of Justice from British Columbia going to a law office with people that would eventually be soliciting their names, most likely, towards becoming judges. I think we should start talking about if that's appropriate. What the member and this government is putting forward is legislation that seeks to make what is illegitimate to make it look legitimate. And that is not a helpful system. The Chrétien government put forward legislation that banned corporate union donations. That was a helpful improvement. And I would say that the previous government built upon that by curbing by bringing the levels down of how much could be donated. Those are helpful. This, I would contend, Mr. Speaker, is not helpful legislation. And in fact, when we have things like the Phoenix system, when we have, our aircraft, not being replaced on a timely basis, those are issues we should be spending today talking about.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm eager to talk about Bill C-50 on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. This bill is supposed to have as an objective to make party financing more transparent. The problem is that it completely misses the mark, and sadly it seems to me that this was intentional. I'd like to remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that we all represent the people who chose us and not the political party that we chose. We're here to speak for our constituents and defend their interests. And we're to defend the interests of our constituents against the powerful. It is interest groups, elites, and their lobbies who have been able to advance their interests. I think it's become quite an everyday thing to accuse politicians of being corrupt. Having contempt for politicians has become something you hear about in elevators and while you're waiting in line, just as you talk about the weather or the Habs. But this relationship between politicians and the people who elect us is at the very heart of democracy. In C-50, the government claims to be making party funding more transparent. From now on, when parties want to organize a cocktail party, $1,500 a pop, they have to announce it beforehand and make the names of everyone going public. The people of Joliette, whom I represent, when they look at these fundraisers, well, they won't. They won't really understand what's going on. Most of the money will simply go to help other people meet with politicians. It won't help my constituents. So, the political contributions are made public every year by the Chief Electoral Officer. If you go online, it doesn't take long to get the information. The problem is with the publicity and advertising linked to these things. Now, when you sell, when you have cash for access, you give the impression that there's to get the attention of decision makers, you have to pay for it. You also lead people to believe that there is a democracy for them and another for particular interests or private interests. This is a very unhealthy manner of fundraising, and this for reasons that are obvious to everyone except the politicians who benefit from it.
Canadians do have a sense of ethics, and they can tell the difference between good and bad. It's quite cynical to be guided only by self-interest, and in politics, what we value the most is our reputation. This problem was solved in the past. Under the Liberals themselves, under Jean Chrétien, there was a solution, and that was political financing based on the number of votes cast in favor of a given party. With this method, parties received a small amount of money, enough to pay for a coffee. But now, in the other flip side of this method of fundraising was that the maximum amount an individual could contribute had to be reduced. It requires a reasonable maximum limit on donations. With those two things, people were given two messages. One was that their vote counted, because even if your candidate lost, you would help fund the party that best fit your ideals. It was a way of encouraging diversity in politics by providing for stable, predictable, recurring funding for all political parties, including small ones. That encouraged a clash of ideas here in the House and was good for democracy. Public financing also helped reduce the amount of donations and meant that each vote was of equal value, because parties couldn't fundraise by courting the elites with very expensive cash for access, $100 a plate dinners and the like. There's nothing about that in C50. It's just rhetoric. There's nothing useful. And I think it's dishonest to pretend that you're trying to make democracy better with this bill. There are real solutions available. There are things that can be done instead of these half measures. This bill is simply window dressing. And the main purpose is to distract our attention from the real ethical problems plaguing the current government. With C50, the same situations that put the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Justice Minister, and others in an awkward position will recur sooner or later. We all know our constituents. We deal with them on a regular basis, their friends, family, neighbors, and so on. We know their values, their needs, and their wishes. We know what they expect from us. I would ask the Liberals then to do something concrete to strengthen our democracy and our constituents' trust in us, because there is a simple solution. I just described it, and it's on the table. My colleague for Terrebonne brought this idea forward, and it's being debated here in the House today. My colleague's bill would restore public financing for political parties. It would reduce the maximum donations. My colleague is not a squabbler. He's not selfish. He's a generous man. He wouldn't mind if the government took over his idea and presented it as their own and included it in the budget. He would even salute them, the courage that they would show by doing the right thing. Because the current system, Mr. Speaker, simply costs too much. It costs the legitimacy of democracy in the federal parliament. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess my question for my friend across the way is in regards to, we have the Independent Commissioner's Office. Mary Dawson actually has provided comment, in essence saying that the legislation is positive, that it is a way of ensuring that there is more transparency. And I think most stakeholders looking in would see this as legislation that ultimately does ensure that there's more transparency, not only for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, but also recognizing the important role that political leaders play, whether it's the leader of the Bloc or leader of the New Democrats or the Conservatives. And I'm wondering if my friend has any issues with making it mandatory by law for those leaders and the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to be more transparent. So when someone pays, let's say, $500 to sit down over a supper, that the Canadians would then have the right to know who the Prime Minister or the leader of a political party is actually sitting down with. Is that not a reasonable thing to have within this legislation?
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the bloc, we'll be voting against this bill, not because it's negative, but because it's insignificant. It's banal. The information will be published at the end of the year on the Elections Canada website, so that information will be made public. But what we don't like is the fact that this is a false answer to the current ethical issues before us. The bill will just indicate who met with the Prime Minister and other ministers, but those meetings will still occur with the same frequency. And the problem is not that we don't know who's meeting whom. The problem is that the political fundraising system has to change. We should go back to the way Jean Chrétien had things organized. Cash per vote. That way, there may be people who are in power and who are popular in the polls. We know that it's the wealthy elite that are going to influence who gets elected. So cash per vote brings a bit of equity in the system. It makes votes count equally. It gives the middle class and others better clout, fairer representation. So that's why we're against this bill. It really does nothing. It just is a distraction. It's insignificant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
I hope I get this correct. South Okanagan, West Kootenay?
Perfect.
Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to ask my colleague here about what he thinks of the cynicism that this government has engendered through its actions on electoral reform and the funding of political activities in all its forms. I hear from my constituents that many people are so disappointed in this government, in the promises they've broken on, especially on electoral reform, one of the main platforms of the election. And these people were encouraged to vote for the government and many others because of that, and now they are cynical and may never vote again. And this is very damaging to Canadian democracy. I'd like to hear a comment from him.
The honourable member for Joliette for 1 minute, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree with the comment and question put by my colleague. In my opinion, the current government is the very incarnation of cynicism in politics. The electoral reform bill, which was part of the Liberal platform when they were in the second opposition party, once they took office, they let the committee, I think they must have guessed that the committee would not come to an agreement, but they did, so then they had to just let the whole file drop. And now they come up with this insignificant bill to try to distract attention away from the real problems. And what about the legalization of cannabis? We see that permits are being granted to their cronies to produce cannabis. So there's a lot of money to be made, big money. It's going to the Liberal cronies, and that does nothing but increase cynicism among Canadians. And hopefully things will change after the next election. Hopefully voters will make an enlightened choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to be joining the debate on C-50. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, so good to see you in the seat. If there's been a coup of the speakership, I highly approve of it. I'll just mention that. I want to take members of the House on a journey through the logic of this bill. And yes, Mr. Speaker, it might be a Star Revolution too. Perhaps let's start with a short title proposition for the bill. I think it's a Liberal Party slogan, but I also think it should become a short title of C-50. It's "In God We Trust, All Others Pay Cash." And actually, it's also a Yiddish proverb, which is why I wanted to be introduced as a short title for this bill, because I think that comes down to the logic of what's in this bill here, which is the Liberal Party of Canada has a deep-seated problem with accepting illegal donations from stakeholder groups not supposed to. And I'm not saying that it's individual backbench members of the government caucus. I'm saying government ministers have struggled with this very mightily, and now they're introducing a piece of legislation that will only apply to them. Seemingly, they could have already done this. They could have already applied moral and ethical standards to not do this. Instead, what they've chosen to do is to pass a piece of legislation to tell them not to do something. And hopefully, on this side of the House, we're being told is, trust us this time. Perhaps give us some cash if they accept the short title. Trust us this time. We'll obey this law because we're so able to do that. The very leader of this government, the Prime Minister, has proved he's completely incapable of living up to the standards contained within the ethical requirements, both in the code and in the law itself. The Ethics Commissioner has sanctioned him, has mentioned that there are 4 ethical violations, 4 sections of the Conflict of Interest Act that he violated, and she enumerated them, provided the reasoning on both sides of the issues. Actually, she completely eviscerated every single argument put forward by the Prime Minister and his lawyers excusing the behavior. But on one side, we have this fiasco that now we're trying in this House to deal with and demanding that the taxpayer be returned the $200,000 that he wasted, that he unfairly, unjustly procured for himself. And now we're being told that, well, there'll be a new law passed, so cabinet ministers in this government will be then expected to live up to this ethical and moral standard that will be contained in the law. That is, the disclosure of who is attending Liberal Party fundraisers. And again, I simply think that if that's the goal of this piece of legislation, the logic of it almost demands that the short title become "In God We Trust, All Others Pay Cash," because that's really what the logic is here. It's a bill about nothing. Other members have mentioned it. The member from Edmonton West did so in prior debate. He referenced a Seinfeld episode called The Pitch. It appears in Season 4, Episode 3, where George comes up with an idea, an episode about nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing contained in this bill that the government cannot already do. In fact, I was talking to a few members, and I mentioned to them that what I thought could be easily done is tell a 10-year-old just to Google Liberal Party fundraisers. You could literally do that, and it would fulfill the same things contained within this law. You could just Google it online to see where ministers travel to. In fact, I have my staff do that anyways, because I want to know if Liberal cabinet ministers are traveling to Calgary or other provinces within areas of interest of my own. So I know where they are. I know where they're doing fundraisers. There are pictures posted online all the time on Twitter, on Facebook, on Snapchat. There's nothing in this law that actually will have a modicum of betterment, or an increase or improvement of any sort to the ethical and moral obligations of the government, because they can't live up to them anyways. So why would you enforce it into a piece of legislation if we know in the Conflict of Interest Act they're incapable of doing it already? So why should we have a piece of legislation passed by the House that will tell them to do something when we have proof that they're incapable of living up to those established requirements already? Actually, it's the Prime Minister himself who can't live up to the Conflict of Interest Act requirements, and he's been sanctioned for it by the Ethics Commissioner. So we know that already, so why do we need our law? So obviously I won't be supporting the bill. Maybe if perhaps I might think about moving that amendment to change that short title. I'll kind of think about it. I see the table officers are thinking about it. I'll think about it. I'll let you know at the end of my bill if that's something I want to do, or if I'm just kidding with you. In the contents of the bill, I noticed that the punishment provisions, the strict liability offenses contained within, it only says that it's a $1,000 penalty. $1,000 penalty for violations of this act. Now, if I'm holding a major fundraiser with cabinet ministers, perhaps raising $50,000, $100,000, $200,000, we don't know. There's a lot of private sector companies that could be available for purchase by a state-owned enterprise owned by the People's Republic of China that they could organize fundraisers around. Who knows how much money they could raise, and then they'll be liable for a $1,000 summary conviction fine. It doesn't seem to impact them. The Prime Minister has been fined $500, so this would be double that. A double increase is kind of almost ridiculous. It's a pittance in the amount of funds that a cabinet minister could potentially raise by traveling to certain cities and holding these with stakeholders is not something you're supposed to do. And I speak partially from experience as well, having been a former exempt staffer here in Ottawa. I was also a staff member in the Edmonton legislature, and I knew where the rules were. We were all told where the rules were. It was something that both staff and ministers were responsible for. You had to protect your minister as best that you could. And it was incumbent upon the minister also to know what that ethical and moral obligation, that line of where it was. It didn't need to be in legislation for us to know what was right and what was wrong. And in this case, the Liberals are saying they need it in legislation. They needed to be told to them by the House of Commons, by the Senate, by the Parliament of Canada to tell them this is wrong and this is right. And in this case, actually, they're going to continue to take money, potentially money they should not be fundraising from certain stakeholders, but they're going to disclose it. They're going to provide it in a nice format somewhere online. Maybe they'll tweet it out. Maybe they'll put it on Snapchat or on Instagram. It'll be so much easier for us to find it. Don't do it in the first place. It's just that easy. If you get offered a private helicopter ride to a beautiful island somewhere in the Caribbean, just don't do it. It's just that simple. There's nothing more complicated about it. You don't need to run everything by the ethics commissioner. You don't need to check in with the ethics commissioner. Can you take a vacation? It's simple. If somebody's offering you something that's too good to be true, a free paid vacation to an island somewhere, it's too good to be true, don't do it, don't take it. If you have an opportunity to fundraise large sums of money, and they seemingly, for the cabinet ministers here, and it's all coming from stakeholders in your department that could be lobbying you, and you know they're buying these tickets, just don't do it. Don't take the funds. If you did, return the funds. I mean, this House, I think in the past, has been pretty generous to ministers who have admitted fault and paid it back. Ministers have done it. Members of Parliament have done it. And I think this House has been judicious in how it deals with such situations. We rely on things like the Ethics Commissioner to outline the facts of a case. And then we deal with those facts of the case in the House, which is why we're also asking the Prime Minister to return the money that he so illegally charged to the taxpayer, unfairly and unjustly. So this piece of legislation is just that. It's window dressing. It's a bill about nothing. There's no content to it. It really should be amended. You can amend almost the whole thing saying, God we trust, others pay cash. Because that's what it seems to be about. They have fundraising targets that they need to reach, and they're desperate to do so. And in a bid to seemingly make it okay, make it look as if it's ethical and moral, and that every single member of the cabinet has splendid integrity, they're saying we'll have a piece of legislation. We'll disclose everything to you so you will know exactly who's fundraising with us and who's attending our meetings. Well, it just doesn't matter. If they are lobbyists, if it's a lobbyist's home, if these are stakeholders that are or could be, or if there's a perception that it could be a conflict of interest in the future, just don't do it. Just don't take their cash. Mr. Speaker, I know you've given me indication that my time is coming to a close, but that's the contribution I wanted to make to this debate. Just say, just don't do it. Return the money if you've taken it unfairly. And also, don't pass a piece of legislation that should be just plain common sense. If it's common sense, it doesn't need to be in legislation. That's exactly why we call it common sense. That's not the purpose of legislation. Legislation is to provide rules and guidance formally and to make something have actual consequences to it. And this won't have it. This bill doesn't do that. It's a Liberal Party of Canada problem. It's not a Government of Canada problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We're going over here. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Give my colleague a break here. I've known the member for a while now. I know he's new, and I saw him in action at the Procedure and House Affairs, and I have a great deal of respect for him, both as a member and also as part of the exempt staff that he pointed out. The reason why I think in C50, this is probably more of me talking about C50 itself as opposed to going through the list of his arguments or his assertions, but in this case, I think that transparency is key. You know, in my 14 years experience here, everyone asks for transparency in light of the fact that we're not trying to eliminate something that exists, like in the case of fundraising. We all know there's certainties in life. There's death, there's taxes, and of course there's fundraising, because we all have to do it, which was acknowledged by the other side, and I appreciate that. And I think what C-50 does, in and itself, and just the bill alone, is that it provides the amount of transparency such as those who want to attend for the sake of their party, for their own, for whether it's their own electoral district. I think that the rules are in place that it allows a transparency that everybody can see and allows them to participate in what is a function of democracy. Some people, like in the United States, it goes very far in what fundraising is meant to do. Obviously, I'm glad we have the laws that we have. I know the member pointed out what Jean Chrétien did many years ago, and I agree with that as well, about banning the donations from other corporations or unions, and I think that's truly a great step in the right direction. I think this is part of that step as well in transparency. So I was wondering if he doesn't support C-50, what is the answer?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. He knows this. We spend a lot of time together at PROC, both afternoons, evenings, and mornings. Thankfully, not weekends. The answer is pretty simple. Raise the ethical bar. Raise the moral bar. He heard me at PROC say this, and I'll say this here as well, but a much shorter time frame, is that you don't need legislation to tell you what to do if you're guided by a moral compass that tells you the right things. And when you listen to it, you'll always end up taking the right path and the right journey. Legislation in and of itself, more legislation, will never fix ethical problems that happen to occur on that side of the House, on the front bench. And I don't mean the government caucus, I mean specifically members of the Executive Council, members of the Cabinet. I want to draw a very firm distinction there. Legislation, more legislation, is typically the answer most members of Parliament, most senators give, and that's not the solution. Behave better, act better. I think it's been said many times on the opposite side of the House, both as talking points and speeches. Do better. Be the change in the world you want to see. It's something I sometimes hear from my kids when they come back from school. Do that. Just behave better.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I found the exchange very interesting. Great speech by my colleague from Calgary Shepherd. And what's interesting, our friend on the other side from Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, gave a speech in the last Parliament on transparency, Mr. Speaker. In fact, he spoke on a bill C-613, sponsored by the Prime Minister, on accountability with respect to access to information. And the lovely bromides we heard when he spoke in opposition are not being met in government, Mr. Speaker. He said that bill would be, quote, more accountable than government has ever been, unquote. The bill had a subtitle, Transparency, and he mentioned Suzanne Legault with respect to access to information, a range of things. Madame Legault criticized the Prime Minister for not meeting the needs of access to information with the bill before us. Now we have a political financing bill that is simply PR to respond to some of the inappropriate actions of the Prime Minister. So I'd like to ask my colleague, is this really about transparency, or is it about message control for the Prime Minister's office?
Member for Calgary Shepherd in 45 seconds or less.
25 seconds, Mr. Speaker. That's going to be very difficult. If I talk too fast, interpreters won't be able to translate it into French. But to my honourable colleague, it's message control. This is trying to close the gap on a problem that the Liberal Party has. It's a problem of the Cabinet. And we see it in the quarterly fundraising numbers that came out very, very recently. Without these cash for access fundraisers they've been doing in the past, and this smokescreen that they're offering right now, they just can't keep up, because Canadians know they're not being represented by an ethical government that's acting in their best interests. They're simply acting in their own best interests.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-50 and to lament what I think is a very significant lost opportunity to actually improve fundraising practices in Canada in a meaningful way. It's very disappointing. Of course, we'll support this bill, but it does so little, it's hardly worth it. What they are trying to do, Mr. Speaker, and I heard this morning in listening to the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, is what I would call bait and switch. You see, they'd like us to think that by somehow being aware that they're having these cash for access fundraisers, that we should all be content. Nothing going on here, nothing to watch here, let's just move on. But that, of course, misses the whole point. So you pretend that the appearance, that this great transparency that they talk about is going to make a critical difference in our understanding of that, forgetting all the while that people can still come and give their money to the party at these private homes in West Vancouver or on Bay Street and the like, and that somehow Canadians should be just tickled pink that we now have the ability to know a couple days in advance and find out who's there and so on. Missing the point, surely, Mr. Speaker, that cash for access is alive and well and just fine. So I know that a particular individual has paid a lot of money to be there and talk to the finance minister or the prime minister. They're on the back porch at that house in West Vancouver. And at one point, the Liberal Party said, well, no, that's just about, we're just doing this to have fun and, help the party. Then the Prime Minister acknowledged, sometimes we do talk about things at these fundraisers, like who gets the contract, which law firm is going to get the fisheries prosecution contract this year, who's going to get the bridge construction contract, and so on. And, Mr. Speaker, it exacerbates the cynicism that Canadians have about this government and our democracy in general. And it demonstrates the continuing inequality. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, not everybody from rural Canada or impoverished communities are able to go there and spend the money and buttonhole the Prime Minister about their favorite project. But if you've got lots of money, apparently now we should just forget that is a problem. Apparently now we should just assume, well, now we know what's happening, so that somehow makes it all just fine. It's not fine, Mr. Speaker. It undermines our democracy. This bill is a travesty. It could have been so much more. They ignored all the recommendations of the Conflict of Interest Commissioner in producing this, and they think if they just change the channel and pivot away, if they bait and switch, somehow Canadians will forget. Oh, speaking of bait and switch, I heard the honourable member, the government, a parliamentary secretary to the House Leader, use another one, another bait and switch technique. It goes like this. Well, just Mr. Jagmeet Singh, who is, of course, the leader of the NDP, he has to be transparent too. So we have to know what the opposition fundraisers are about as well. Now, there's a tiny problem with that, Mr. Speaker. You'll agree with me, I hope, that Mr. Jagmeet Singh isn't giving out bridge contracts, contracts for law firms, contracts for doing whatever the people are lobbying the government to do. And that is the shame of this bill. They think they can persuade Canadians that what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. We're all the same here, forgetting that the government controls billions of dollars in expenditures every year, has patronage positions by the thousands, and, somehow we have to make sure that the opposition parties are treated just like the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. What a joke, Mr. Speaker. I hope Canadians aren't hoodwinked by this rhetoric. So, I pointed out earlier in my remarks to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader that yesterday marks a very sad anniversary. This government got elected in large measure, certainly among young people in my riding, I can confirm without a hesitation at all, on the basis that the election laws would be changed and a party that gets 39.5% of the vote, that would be the Liberals, ends up with 100% of the power, and that's supposed to be just fine. But no, the Prime Minister came to my riding, and I think dozens and dozens of other ridings, and he said, those days are over. Of course, yesterday, it marks an exact year since the Prime Minister decided that he was just kidding. And I can tell you, the level of cynicism that has engendered saddens me as a Canadian, saddens me as a person who believes in our parliamentary democracy. So I don't usually quote the Canadian press, but to give them credit, on December 1st of last year, they have something that you may be familiar with, Mr. Speaker. They call it the baloney meter. and it was talking about the first response by the Liberals to why they aren't proceeding with electoral reform. They said, well, we will only do it if we have, quote, broad support, close quote. Did they ever say that during the campaign? I don't think so. No, but you know what, to their credit, the Canadian press, hardly a radical NDP organ, I don't think. You know what they said, Mr. Speaker? This merits the Full of Baloney Award. Whoa. So I think that's kind of good that the press at least is watching and understands that. And then just this last Saturday, the Prime Minister goes on the House, the CBC program on Saturday morning, and he says, proportional representation, the choice of most Canadians, by the way, every poll would say, would, quote, divide Canadians and exacerbate the small differences in the electorate. So I guess that's why we're not proceeding. Then there was another one where it was his preferred ranked ballot system, which was the reason why we couldn't proceed, and people didn't like his little option, so he's taking his marbles and going home. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm making light of this. I know it's easy to do. I know it's a standing joke amongst Canadians what this government has done. But breaking promises on fundamental reform, which you repeat like a mantra at every election stop across the land, and get young people engaged. My colleague from the Okanagan talked about constituents of his that they said, as I recall, that we're going to do what our children want us to do in voting. They got them all engaged in the electoral promise, and essentially because of the promise the Prime Minister made about electoral reform, we don't know who they voted for, but one can guess. And now they're not going to vote anymore. Now they're like many people in my riding who say, what's the point? Whatever you want, we're going to just do something different when the actual election comes. This also could be the Despair for Lobbyists Act, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I should give it that title. I called it the Bait and Switch Act. Now I'm going to call it the Lobbyists Despair Act, because why get expensive lobbyists in Ottawa when you can, pay $1,000 or so, go meet the finance minister, talk in the back lawn of the West Vancouver billionaire's house, or at a Bay Street party somewhere in Rosedale, and let's just talk about really what we want. Who needs a lobbyist anymore? I kind of feel sorry for the lobbyist industry because cash for access is just so much more effective. I know who I'm talking to. I'm not dealing with some, parliamentary secretary. Oh, by the way, they're not covered by this act. I'm not dealing with the chief of staff or anything. I'm going to go straight to the finance minister and talk about pension reform, like Martin Chappelle, And the level of cynicism and the level, I want to say as well, Mr. Speaker, of the inequality that this bill represents is really quite shocking. I'd like to read what a journalist, Paul Wilcox, has said about this. Cash for access fundraisers undermine democracy and put Canada's political inequality on display. The rich and powerful pay to advance their interests behind closed doors, while the rest of us stand outside. They let the party in power sell access to the Prime Minister, cabinet ministers, senior officials in a way that entrenches its political dominance. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. Its cosmetic changes are nice, and we'll support them, but I end where I began. This is a missed opportunity. This is a bait and switch bill. This does not address the problem, except it puts a happy face on a practice which has gone on far too long and undermines our democracy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questioning is going to pick up where I last left off with the Conservative member. In this case, he mentioned he's supporting the bill. That's true, and it doesn't go far enough in his opinion, and that's fine. I respect that. But then he goes on to vilify the exact how we do it with fundraising. Now, his assertions about cash for access, put that aside. I'm not sure. I'm not privy to every conversation that happens between a current minister, whether they are federal or provincial, and someone else. If they do delve into the issue of influence, that's wrong. I acknowledge that. But let's acknowledge the fact that ministers in this country also belong to a legislature, and also they are involved in elections in which they have to raise money. He mentioned his leader, Jagmeet Singh. If you look at the numbers from the leadership, he is well accomplished at raising money. a substantial amount of money, outnumbering his colleagues by a vast margin. I'm insinuating nothing about those conversations and what was being said. So my question is precise in the fact that if this does not go far enough, how far do you go before actually banning these people from doing fundraising in general?
For Victoria.
My friend from Coastal Bay, Notre Dame, for the question and the thoughtful, I think, acknowledgement that all parties have to raise funds, and I accept that entirely. Whether or not, however, they should be talking at a fundraiser with a cabinet minister about a contract that they would like or a job that they would like, the Liberals have changed their tune on this. So a while ago, the Liberal Party National Director, Christina Top, tried an absurd defense. She said, quote, "Fundraising events are partisan functions where we do not discuss government business." Then a couple of weeks later, the Prime Minister confirmed that donors do talk about government business and lobby him to advance their own interests at these fundraisers. I'm happy to have Jagmeet Singh available and accountable. But the point remains, we can do better than allowing people to abuse the system, buying influence, which the Prime Minister acknowledges is part of the fundraising game. It doesn't matter if it's the Liberals or the NDP or the Conservatives. Canadians expect better. A lot of my constituents can't afford the $2,000 or the $1,500 in order to go and find a guy who will talk to them about how they can get a job for their brother-in-law.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did appreciate the member's speech. I often agree with him on matters of governance when it comes to how Parliament must conduct itself. And I agree with everything he said about how the Liberals have completely missed the point in the distinction between those members of the cabinet that control Crown assets and private members. So, given that, I wonder why this member would support this bill at all. To do so, does it not merely give cover to and lend credibility to this government on what is obviously just a poor attempt at this bait and switch that that this member has discussed?
Member for Victoria.
That was an excellent question from my honourable colleague and puts me in a very difficult spot because I kind of wonder why we're supporting it too. I think the answer is because it looks good. I don't want to be seen as opposing transparency and apple pie. So of course I want to support it. Do I think it's going to do anything positive for Canadian democracy? Nah. Do I think it misses the fundamental point about cash for access? Yeah. Do I think it's a joke that they bait and switch and talk about how how the Leader of the Opposition and Mr. Jagmeet Singh should be treated just the same as cabinet ministers and prime ministers? Of course. But I don't want to look like I'm opposed to transparency and apple pie.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise in a lively debate here on Friday on Bill C-50, which would be changes to Canada's Elections Act and is premised upon political fundraising. But as my good friend and colleague from Calgary, Shepherd, phrased it, this really is a Seinfeldian bill about nothing, because it came as a result of inappropriate conduct by this government with respect to Cash for Access fundraiser, literally within minutes of forming government. And I'm going to speak for a few minutes on why that may seem astonishing to many people since the Liberals have been out of power for a decade. But if you look at the people involved, you'll see this is their modus operandi, Mr. Speaker, cash for access. And no wonder the Prime Minister and many ministers hit the ground running after their election on #RealChange, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, a read of this bill would really result, like, what are the changes here? Well, I guess it means that before hosting an event somewhere in a prominent place on the internet, the event must be published. So is that truly earth-shattering, Mr. Speaker? That, there's a few other elements about what needs to be reported and what's being disclosed, but that seems to be the main thrust, is now buried on page 8 of the hashtag Real Change website, there's information on the event, Mr. Speaker. But clearly, the way the Prime Minister structured his affairs is they had these fundraisers happening almost right away. We've seen pictures of them, Mr. Speaker, where the Prime Minister of Canada was help hosting or even preparing a meal for Chinese billionaires, Mr. Speaker. And it really caused some questions very early in this Parliament because some of the same interests that helped organize or attend those fundraisers were also part of the Trudeau Foundation, named after the late Prime Minister, the first one, Mr. Speaker, so I think I'm safe saying that. And there was some suggestion, because this Liberal government at first cancelled the monument to the Afghanistan war, there was a suggestion that because of that Chinese support for the Trudeau Foundation, that a statue to Pierre Trudeau would be built before a monument to our veterans from Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. I'm glad they then, after outrage, came forward with some sort of proposal, but they cancelled something I had announced as Veterans Minister, Mr. Speaker, location, as well as another monument to our Victoria Cross winners. They cancelled that as well, Mr. Speaker. But that was a series of events the Prime Minister and other ministers had replicating this cash for access for insiders, including some that had links with groups like Canada 2020, which I'm sure there's wonderful people on that organization. I like to describe it as, what do the students from Queen's do that are on the Queen's Liberal Campus Club? What do they do when they graduate? They join Canada 2020, Mr. Speaker, and now they run events in conjunction with the Prime Minister's office, exclusive access, and I think an inappropriate connection between the Prime Minister and that front group. We also see influence being extended through a number of these intimate cash for access dinners that the Prime Minister engaged with. And why are we not surprised by this conduct? Despite language about being open and accountable, and in the Liberal election platform and in his note to his own ministers on accountability and being clear from even the perception of conflict of interest, the people running this Prime Minister's office during their years at Queen's Park and in around Ontario politics set up the most elaborate cash for access scheme that Canadian politics has ever seen. Throughout the governments of Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne, there was a machine providing access for cash. And I'll quote a few details from that contained in a great Globe and Mail article that I would suggest some members of the Liberal caucus peruse, because I know they're already having concerns about the direction some of the minds in the PMO are forging, Mr. Speaker. The Globe and Mail reports that there were 159 intimate cash for access fundraisers with Premier Wynne just in a few years, Mr. Speaker, with no disclosure ahead or confirmation of who attended. 3 of them were for $10,000 a ticket, Mr. Speaker. They raised in that period $20 million from the cash for access machine. Well, as we know from the first few weeks of debate in this House, Mr. Speaker, Canadian taxpayers paid to move that machine from Toronto to Ottawa to run the Prime Minister's office, and within weeks, he was attending these same styled, intimate cash for access dinners, Mr. Speaker. And it really took outrage from this House of Commons and from Canadians for him to stop that, put a note on the website or advertise it, and those elements of their public relations campaign led to Bill C-50. But I think we have to look at what is expected when we talk about transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker. Because this government tosses those words around so cavalierly, but let's look at the record. There's a report from the Ethics Commissioner in the name of the Prime Minister. This time I can't mention the name, Mr. Speaker. When I mentioned the Trudeau Foundation, I could. But this time I can't mention the name of the report because it refers to this Prime Minister, not the previous one. I'm being very careful, Mr. Speaker. But her report reveals that the Prime Minister accepted a luxury gift from someone he casually knew 30 years prior, Mr. Speaker. He describes him now as a friend, but I'm 45. If I hadn't talked to a friend in 30 years, I might say I went to school with that person. We're not BFFs, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the Prime Minister is Facebook friends, maybe, with the Aga Khan, but I don't see that a 30-year casual interaction at a funeral justifies a family friendship, Mr. Speaker. What was more scary in that report was actually the fact that the Prime Minister doesn't feel it's important because he's almost a ceremonial figure for the country, Mr. Speaker. That's ludicrous. At the same time, the organization, the good organization run by the owner of that private island, was lobbying the government for continued support for their programs. And they're good programs, Mr. Speaker. But that's directly the violations of the Act. And the Ethics Commissioner said 4 times. That's the first report in the Prime Minister's name. There's another one coming on lobbying, Mr. Speaker, from the Cash for Access dinners I referenced at the beginning of my speech. When we're talking about the perception of a conflict of interest, because conflict of interest for Canadians following this debate, there can be a real conflict of interest or the perception, which is why the Prime Minister in his mandate letters, which he made fanfare about releasing, but now ignores them routinely, says that ministers are supposed to be beyond even the appearance of conflict. While we see the finance minister, who prior to running was publicly making advocacy speeches to change pension legislation in Canada, Mr. Speaker, has a large interest in a company that advises on making those changes, Mr. Speaker, and then introduces a bill in Parliament to do that, knowing full well that at a very least there would be a perception of a conflict of interest, maybe? Am I being unreasonable here? No, I'm not, Mr. Speaker. I know the finance minister is an honourable man. He made a big mistake, and he should express that and likely stay back. He should probably, as an honourable member of this House, step aside until the report on that bill is complete. That would live up to the lofty goals contained in the mandate letters of the Prime Minister. But why should he do that, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister has more investigations about him and refuses to account for the hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on an illegal trip? He's sending quite a signal to his caucus, Mr. Speaker. I wrote this in your mandate letter, but if you're following leadership by example, my example is to not be accountable. So we can have Bill C-50, we can have a ton of things in this House, Mr. Speaker, but if they're not making decisions in the nation's interest that show that they're clear from even the perception of conflict of interest, if they're not showing they're willing to take leadership and own up to mistakes, repay money, step away from important portfolios while investigations are pending, the language in mandate letters, Mr. Speaker, is useless. It's just words. So I want to hear some accountability from these members, and we don't want Canadians to see the Cash for Access scheme that led to 15 years of corruption and incompetence in Ontario.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I recall the days when Stephen Harper would fly off to British Columbia. He'd go to a large barbecue of supporters, and off to the side would be a tent of sorts in which those that paid $1,000 would get the privilege of meeting with the Prime Minister and share some time, and I suspect maybe there might even been some lobbying done there. What I see is some potential hypocrisy coming from the other benches, Mr. Speaker. What is the legislation that we're debating today? What we're talking about is ensuring, whether you're the Prime Minister, a Cabinet Minister, or indeed the Leader of the official opposition, that when you actually meet with stakeholders, that you actually have to declare the name. So if someone gives you more than $200, why not declare it? The Conservatives say, well, we don't need a law for it. But no, we do need a law for it, because the Conservatives disagree. You know, a published story, Conservative leader, fill in a blank, whose party attacked the Liberal government for months for holding Cash for Access fundraisers, says he won't post details of his own private fundraising events. One private fundraising event in which they were referring to was with regards to real estate executives. He says, I will continue, and this is what the current leader says, I'll continue to follow every single law that Elections Canada has on these types of issues. This is a law that will ensure that there's more transparency and more accountability on fundraising. And believe it or not, the official opposition leader does have some influence in modern-day politics.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that member would stand up and compare the record of the Conservative Harper government to this one. In 9 years, Mr. Speaker, how many investigations from the Ethics Commissioner on Stephen Harper? 0. In less than 2 years, there's 2 investigations from 2 separate officers of Parliament. The Harpers would pay for tickets for flights if a family member came on. They would pay back some of the costs of groceries, Mr. Speaker. Who was on that trip to the Aga Khan? The Veterans Minister and his partner, the President of the Liberal Party, Canada 2020. This was a junket of epic proportions that showed judgment of the Prime Minister that is not fit for leadership. His wife then asked for another trip, Mr. Speaker. This is liberal entitlement with a capital E. And it's unreasonable for us to ask for him to pay the money back. And we hear these people read the same answers over and over. What took the Liberal Party of Chrétien over a decade to creep in, the entitlement, the corruption, was in place within weeks with these guys, Mr. Speaker. That's why we need change and we need a Conservative government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the lively debate we're having here and my colleague's speech. I'm wanting to hear him reflect on another important aspect of accountability and transparency, and that is when a Prime Minister promises when they're a candidate something and then they become Prime Minister and it doesn't happen. And of course, yesterday we celebrated the first anniversary of the broken promise to Canadians by the Prime Minister of electoral reform. And I think most Canadians, and I'd be interested to hear what my colleague would say to this, really thought that that was pretty much a key pillar of that election strategy, and that most Canadians assumed it was a big one, that it was probably something that he would follow through should he win and become Prime Minister. And lo and behold, that in fact is what happened. And then we go through almost a year, 9 months of a parliamentary committee. We have an expensive online survey. We have a ministerial tour. We're all encouraged to have town halls. I think most of us thought we were still sort of going on that direction. So in light of the conversation we've just had now around accountability and ethics, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague might reflect on that broken promise to Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Durham in 35 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend from the NDP for the question. Yesterday marked a day where there were broken promises on electoral reform and the Prime Minister blaming veterans for expecting he would keep his promises on lifetime pensions for all our injured, Mr. Speaker. What that showed was the Liberals made calculated promises they knew they'd break to get left-leaning voters from the NDP on electoral reform and defense, veteran, and right-of-centre voters on veterans issues. Mr. Speaker, it shows a leader that is willing, as I said in the House today, I choose my words carefully, to either lie or to be so willfully blind to the promises being made, he's prepared to say anything. I would like the Prime Minister to inform this House, because I don't use that word lightly, whether he didn't cost these promises or didn't think about electoral reform, or whether he chose to lie to Canadians to win the election.
Reprise. Yes, on a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know even during question period and now, right now, the member uses a term that he knows full well is not parliamentary. Now, we can agree that the Conservatives and the Liberals at times will get into heated discussions. but I don't believe it's appropriate to start using unparliamentary language. And I would ask the member to rethink the use of the word without trying to expand or to hit a point in which I believe he is outright wrong on.
Before we go to the honourable member for Durham, the term liar was used, and it is an unparliamentary term. I mean, but I'll let the honourable member reply, and we'll see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have thought a great deal about the use of that term, and I've tried to use it within the context of a question because I'm not sure here. When a promise is made, and I'm not suggesting the Prime Minister lied in this House or anything like that, Mr. Speaker, but we certainly saw in an election campaign where a promise was made. So the determination is either that promise was made without full knowledge of the cost implications, and that's likely what it is, Mr. Speaker, or it was made for a political calculation, which would be the lie. I think it's the former, Mr. Speaker, and I would like the Prime Minister or perhaps the Veterans Minister to clarify that for me. I don't use that word lightly, Mr. Speaker, but having been in the role of Veterans Affairs Minister when I was trying to deal with families struggling with losing faith in the Government of Canada, Liberal, Conservative, I said the biggest thing we owe veterans is the truth and to work with them on making progress. And so I'm being very judicious with the decision, and perhaps a ruling on this might be in order, Mr. Speaker. If I offer this as a question with two alternatives, it really is up to the Prime Minister to determine or to confirm which alternative is correct. And so at that time, if there would be an acknowledgement that they did not cost the full lifetime pension promise, that they did not look at its implementation or its impact on people, I would certainly withdraw the language I suggested as the alternative, Mr. Speaker. But this is such a passionate issue for me personally and for veterans, and I know my friend from Barrie feels the same way. I would like a determination whether posing it in this way, giving the Prime Minister and the Veterans Minister a choice, allows me to remain within the parliamentary rules, because I certainly have respect for this House. I certainly have respect for the Deputy House Leader, but this is part of responsibility in public life, Mr. Speaker. And unlike some issues, we can get passionate about pipelines, about a whole range of issues. Benefits and payments to injured veterans affects families. And so this is bigger than a lot of the debates we have in this place, and perhaps why, if we do take the sacred obligation that we have to our veterans, we should be very precise with our language, Mr. Speaker. So if I'm found to be playing too close to the line here by offering it as a choice, if that's your determination, I will apologize to this House, Mr. Speaker. But I did give very careful thought about how I've used these terms and how I've presented it for them to respond. Holding a press conference a couple of days before Christmas after this House breaks and suggesting they didn't break their promise is not fair to this House. It's not fair to veterans or their families across the country. So I will look, Mr. Speaker, to your honourable guidance with respect to this question.
We have another point of order coming up. I'm sorry? To the same point of order, and I believe the honourable member for Hall-Aylmer has something to the same point of order. So we'll start off with the honourable parliamentary secretary, then go to the member for Hall-Aylmer, if that's okay.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important. You know, if we were to take a look at, let's say, Beauchene's 6th edition, and you take a look at what's parliamentary and what's not parliamentary, it's a very clear statement. A word in itself is not necessarily determined as being parliamentary or unparliamentary because of the word itself. It's the context in which it is being said. And what the context in which the member has said it, whether it was right now or whether it was during question period, is meant to try to provoke all sorts of reactions from other members of this chamber. It is to promote an unhealthier decorum inside the House of Commons. And that's the manner in which he is using the word. He is trying to twist it around to try to make it look as if the Government of Canada has done something wrong. And I give him full merit in terms of his ability to be able to try to communicate a false message. But to try to incorporate a word that by nature is unparliamentary, it will be listed as unparliamentary, and then argue because of the context I was saying it in, it was to contrast, and now it's up to the Speaker. All the member is really doing is trying to re-emphasize a question that he asked earlier today, and there was a response from the minister. And I would suggest to you that the minister was right and the member was wrong, and he should accept the answer and just recognize that the way in which he used the word was in fact unparliamentary.
If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the member for Hull-Aylmer, and then I'll speak to this. I think this is going a little longer than we anticipated. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Give me an opportunity to raise this point of order. It's the same point of order that my colleague from Winnipeg had raised. I've come to know the member from Durham well. Since my election in 2015, I consider the member an honourable member. I'm certain, regardless of the context even, I would certainly suggest, out of respect for this House, that this member would want to withdraw that word. I'm certain there are other ways he can make his point without skating so close to the line. The honourable member, as I indicated, has a distinguished history in this House, and I'm certain he wouldn't want to impugn upon another honourable member in this House, in this case the right honourable member from Papineau, to use that word, which I'm not even going to employ, Mr. Speaker. So I think out of courtesy and out of respect, I would ask the honourable member to make it just patently clear that he would withdraw that message and allow him to make, in his inimitable and usually very erudite way, to make his point without employing words which even comes close to skating to the line.
Honourable member for Durham, if you can do it in 60 seconds or less, I'd appreciate it.
Speaker, I would refer to Section 491 from Beauchesne when it comes, in that section it says no language is, by virtue of any list, acceptable or unacceptable. It's the context. What I might suggest is a compromise, because certainly the member from Hull-Aylmer is probably one of my favorite members on that side. He is a good friend, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps this might change it. And I would like clarity here, because if this wasn't an issue that I lived and breathed and bleed about, I wouldn't be phrasing it with a choice for the Prime Minister to make. That's how I'm phrasing it, and maybe they don't like it. Perhaps the framework would be the promise was made when there were no members of this House, because the House of Commons was dissolved. So the question is, a collection of Liberal candidates in the last general election made a promise with respect to lifetime veteran pensions that was either one of two things. It was either in the context of a campaign when the House of Commons was dissolved and there were no honourable members at that time. In the context of that campaign, it was either an uncosted, not properly researched promise, or a political calculation, which now appears to be a lie, Mr. Speaker. I don't like using that word. I hoped I would never have to use it. But I'm using it because that's what's happened as a result of that promise. So I look for direction. If I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw and apologize. But it's not absolutely clear to me if it's presented in that way, or perhaps the compromise would be the House was not in session and it was a collection of candidates, Mr. Speaker. It's important enough that I would like your clarity on it.
Okay, what we've done is we've consulted Bosch and Gagnon, the latest version, and there's a paragraph here. I'll take the time to read through it. In dealing with ultimate unparliamentary language, the Speaker takes into account the tone, manner, and intention of the members speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most important, whether or not the remarks created disorder in the chamber. Thus, language deemed unparliamentary one day may not necessarily be deemed unparliamentary on another day. The codification of unparliamentary language has proven impractical, as it is the context in which those words or phrases are used that the chair must consider when deciding whether or not they should be withdrawn. Although an expression may be found to be acceptable, the Speaker has cautioned that any language which leads to disorder in the House should not be used. Expressions which are considered unparliamentary when applied to an individual member have not always been considered so when applied in a generic sense or to a party. I think in this case we do find that it was applied to one person, and there was some disruption in the chamber. There's no question there. We've seen it on both sides just while the discussion was taking place. I don't believe, and what I want to avoid is a slippery slope. And if we start with one word and then we start continuing that way, who knows where we might end up. So I'll leave it to the member of Durham to respond to that, and then we'll get on with the debate.
Thank you very much for your clarity, Mr. Speaker, and for the time and interventions from other members of this House. Certainly, when I raised it in question period, there was not disorder caused by it, but clearly in this debate there was disorder caused by it, and in light of your reading of the rules, I will withdraw that word. But it remains, I would still like a wider answer to the issue, but I will try and use better language, more parliamentary language when I ask about the issue. Thank you.
We'll take it on that consideration and get back if necessary. Maintenant, nous avons 2 minutes qui nous...
No, we have 2 minutes remaining. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, resuming debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my speech will be something I'll have to summarize. To get to the essential, I simply want to say that our democracy is so important, something we really care about, but it's also a living thing. And it's something we want to advance and not take back in time. This government promised to advance our democracy by bringing in a system, proportional representation, but they broke their promise. And in so doing, they discouraged all kinds of young people who were going to vote for the first time. They prevented us from having a House of Commons that truly represented the interests of all Canadians. And they increased the level of cynicism towards our institutions and cynicism towards politicians. And that is a real setback for democracy. Now, in the meantime, they have been having these meetings, these cash for access meetings and fundraising events where someone can meet with the Prime Minister or a Cabinet Minister at a lovely evening event. Very much an intimate thing for the special few, and for those who are able to pay $1,500 a pop to be able to talk to the Prime Minister or a minister. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, in Laurier-Sainte-Marie, people couldn't even imagine paying this amount of money to speak to the Prime Minister or a minister in order to get their problems heard. And about just how upset they are with the tax system, they don't have the money to do this. So why is it that the rich can have access to the Prime Minister? And why is it that people I represent in Laurier-Sainte-Marie can't have this access? I'm sorry, but there's no more time today. When we resume the debate, the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie will have 7 minutes and 30 seconds for her speech. As it is 1:30, the House will now move to private members' business.
Private members' business.
Debate on motion M148 on the National Impaired Driving Prevention Week in the name of Mr. D'Aulnieu.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to lend my support to my friend
and colleague, the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel, on the motion to create a National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. A similar effort has been underway in Alberta, where December is recognized as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. And both intentions are the same, and that's to raise awareness of impaired driving and encourage people to drive sober. I salute my colleague and friend and others for sharing their personal stories. As a former police officer, I've seen too many preventable and tragic accidents coming from a decision to drive after drinking or taking drugs. It is encouraging that many of the discussions and stories during debates have focused on the impacts of families and communities and support for the victims of these accidents. Any effort that can reduce the unnecessary loss of life and make our roads safer is worth our attention and effort in the House, and we can show that we can rise above partisanship. By supporting the National Impaired Driving Prevention Week, my hope is that we can decrease the number of impaired drivers on the road, and these campaigns have proven to work. Over the last 30 years, impaired driving, both for alcohol and drugs, is down 65%. And today, we are at the lowest rate ever recorded. And that's both a cause for celebration and a reminder that the job is not yet done. When it comes to impaired driving, one is too many. Why did impaired driving drop significantly during this time period? First, in my opinion, it was an attitudinal shift. Punishments changed, and how we deal with impaired drivers shifted. Gone were the days when we as police drove you home instead of arresting you. Zero tolerance was adopted, and those that broke the law faced the consequences of their actions. As a society, we changed our view of drinking and driving. The era of one for the road ended, and today, most consider impaired driving as a social taboo. Complacency or acceptance of this practice is at an all-time low. For our youth today, there is pressure to stop friends from driving while impaired, along with education on how to recognize and avoid driving under the influence. All of this has been accomplished through community and educational efforts of groups like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD Canada. Through their campaigns, MAD and others have reduced the number of fatalities, accidents, and victims. These groups have rallied the industry to help with educational efforts in a win-win scenario that sees more people arrive alive. But more can and should be done. Nearly 60% of crash deaths today still involve drivers with alcohol or drugs in their system. The most recent stats show that over 72,000 incidents of impaired driving in Canada were reported in 2015. As you can see, there's still a lot of room for improvement. We need to continue the trend of fewer impaired drivers and fewer families left to pick up the pieces after losing a loved one. I hope that by dedicating a week specific to this issue, we are able to rally educational efforts across various groups and further empower our police services to protect Canadians from drunk driving. But as we debate this motion to prevent impaired driving, a surprising number of members in this House continue to support legalized marijuana. Make no mistake, folks, marijuana legalization will result in more impaired driving deaths, more accidents, and an increased risk to road safety. History has already shown us the results. Colorado legalized marijuana a little more than 5 years ago. A summary of the impacts in the U.S. were far gloomier than what our Liberals' proposed plan says, even though the political promises were the same. In the U.S., the politicians promised the legalization would reduce impacts of organized crime, increase tax revenue, decrease crime rates, and improve controls over youth access to drugs. Does that sound familiar? However, reports show that organized crime continues to do well, including operating both the legal and the illegal markets of marijuana, where prices are tax-free and significantly lower. Instead of higher revenues, there's been pressure on social services as addiction rates, homelessness, and youth use is increased. For impaired drivers, the first year saw marijuana-related traffic deaths increased by 92%. Youth access spiked, even though the legal age of use is 21 in Colorado. Youth rates were significantly higher in legalized states versus non-legalized states, and drug-related high school suspensions were up 40%. Today in Colorado, business groups, doctors, and health providers are trying to rally the public to reverse that legalization. Washington State has a similar story, according to the Northwest High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Report, which is part of the White House's plan to reduce drugs. They say drivers involved in fatal crashes with drugs in their system increased 122%. Nearly 2 out of 3 DUIs for marijuana involved youth, with 20% of youth reporting that they were in a car with a driver who was under the influence or used marijuana. Similarly, half of school expulsions and 42% of drug suspensions were marijuana related. These numbers are consistent and clearly show that Canada should now be prepared and be preparing for a major issue related to drug-impaired driving. Sadly, this government has not been listening. Canada's chiefs of police warn that they will not be ready to equip and train enough police on drug testing and procedures in time for the arbitrary summer deadline. This does not help police services serve their communities, and it will not protect innocent victims from impaired drivers, and it's entirely avoidable. This new National Impaired Driving Prevention Week will no doubt help educate Canadians on the dangers of using marijuana and driving. And lots of education is needed, because many Canadians still believe that the impacts of marijuana and alcohol are the same, if not less, for cannabis. But, unlike alcohol, marijuana takes seconds to impact the brain, and the user feels and exhibits the effects immediately. While peak effects are reached quickly and dissipate within 2 to 3 hours, marijuana impairment can last up to 24 hours, depending on the strength of the drug and the frequency of use. The drug impacts critical functions like thinking, reflexes, perception, balance, motor control, reaction times, all essential elements to our driving. And worse for our kids, the impairment is not immediately recognized by the user or others who interact with them. Where the signs of alcohol impairment can warn us to not get in the car with someone who's under the influence, the same warning signs may not be there for a marijuana high. So the least we can do is create a week to educate people on the dangers of driving while impaired, since we know there will be significantly more people driving while impaired when marijuana is legalized. Those who ultimately pay the price for impaired driving are the victims. We cannot debate this issue without making the families, friends, and loved ones of victims central to this issue. As the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel has seen and experienced firsthand from his statements in this House, the innocent victims pay a significant price by those who make the decision to drive under the influence. All the penalties, jail, community service, criminal records, pale in comparison to that, Mr. Speaker. I ask all MPs who stand in this House to support the member's motion to also re-examine their support for legalizing marijuana. If our goal as members of this House is to improve our society and leave a brighter future for our children, then the legalization of marijuana does not align with those ideals. Mr. Speaker, Canada's record for impaired driving has been getting better each year, but 72,000 incidents of impaired driving remain far too many. And with this government's decision to legalize marijuana, without question, it will create thousands more drug-related impaired drivers. With this law being rushed, the government puts the safety of its citizens at risk. Mr. Speaker, there is clearly a need to better inform and prepare Canadians. With this new National Impaired Driving Prevention Week, it is our hope that industry, community, and public agencies can rally together to improve road safety and educate Canadians. We can continue to improve awareness, social pressure, and enforcement to reduce impaired driving. We can honor and remember innocent victims who were lost by those senseless acts of driving while under the influence. And this week, and by this week, we can play a small part in the creation of a better and safer future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry, we have a conflict here. Just one moment, we'll resolve it. I'm sorry. My apologies. We seem to have a technical glitch here. The Honourable Member for Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise here today to affirm my support to M148, and I thank the member from Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel for bringing this forward. And I think there was considerable consensus in this House when we had our initial discussion on this motion back in November. It's truly a positive step. And while it's highly commendable to promote awareness, I wish to use some of my time today to encourage the government to go further. We must do all we can to minimize preventable tragedy and keep our roads safe for Canadians. Driving is not a constitutional right. It's a privilege that must be denied those who act recklessly by driving impaired. We need to give serious consideration to concrete, measurable ways that this behavior can be deterred and ultimately eliminated. And I'll revisit this a little later. Committing to additional awareness campaigns about the perils of drug, alcohol, and distracted driving is a good place to start. We have seen that these initiatives work. Data from Statistics Canada shows that in 2015, the rate of alcohol-impaired driving was 201 incidents per 100,000 population. That was the lowest rate since data on impaired driving was first collected in 1986, down 65%, and 4% lower than in 2014. After decades of awareness, it's now widely accepted that alcohol-impaired driving is wrong and that it causes considerable harm. But as we move forward towards the legalization of cannabis, we must acknowledge that many individuals do not believe drug-impaired driving is quite so serious. And anything that impairs your reactions and judgment is going to have detrimental effects on your ability to drive. Impairment is impairment. Recently, I heard Dr. Robert Solomon interviewed by CBC's Michael Enright about impaired driving. Dr. Solomon, a legal expert who has done considerable research on impaired driving, also testified at Justice Committee. And he points out 16 to 24-year-olds represent 13% of the population, but account for 1/3 of the cannabis users. Canadian youth are already the leading demographic for rates of impaired driving. The high incidence of cannabis use compared with the already high rate of impaired driving warrants our attention. Additionally, and perhaps most disconcertingly, the perception that drugs will not impair your driving is prevalent among young Canadians. As the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction says, the challenge is many youth do not consider driving under the influence of marijuana to be risky, unlike driving under the influence of alcohol. Some youth even believe that using marijuana makes them better drivers, but evidence clearly shows that it impairs driving ability. More awareness campaigns that center on youth are needed to deter them from driving while impaired, especially after using marijuana. A national study by the Partnership for a Drug-Free Canada provides further evidence to that effect, writing, nearly 1/3, 32% of teens do not consider driving under the influence of cannabis to be as bad as alcohol. Further to this point, Mr. Speaker, in an article published in the National Post in 2016, I quote, about half of pot-smoking Canadians who get behind the wheel while high believe the drug doesn't impair their ability to drive safely, and 20% said nothing would make them stop driving while stoned. So you can see that an unfortunate number of factors are converging here. We have Canadian youth with already high rates of impaired driving, high cannabis use, and the belief that drugs will not cause impairment. Clearly, this needs to be addressed. Awareness will help, but let us not stop there. Let us also consider measures and practices that will deter impaired driving in all forms. Mr. Speaker, I supported Bill C-46, which, among other measures, which would allow police to administer roadside mandatory alcohol screening, MAS, as a way to apprehend all drivers at the stop who are impaired. Dr. Solomon was quite clear in his testimony on this. Testing every driver at a stop instead of relying on subjective discretion saves lives. It increases the likelihood of an impaired driver being apprehended, and the practice deters impaired driving since drivers know they will be tested. While this practice may give some pause, I reiterate, driving is a privilege and not a constitutional right. MAS is used successfully in many European countries, as is illustrated by the submission to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, which Dr. Solomon co-authored. And I quote, when Switzerland enacted MAS in 2005, the percentage of drivers testing positive for alcohol fell about 25% to 7.6%, and alcohol-related crash deaths dropped by approximately 25%. So folks are less likely to engage in a behavior if they know there is a greater probability of them getting caught. Dr. Solomon's submission to the committee goes on to say, a 2013 study reported that MAS prevented an estimated 5,309 crash deaths in 4 Australian states over a 27-year period, and was particularly effective in reducing crash deaths among 17 to 30-year-olds. Lives are being saved by this practice. The mandatory alcohol screening is no doubt effective, but we are still debating a suitable equivalent for drug-impaired driving. Such a device needs to be reliable, efficient, and ideally inexpensive for police forces. These are the kinds of measures I believe are necessary in order to go further than awareness campaigns. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by reiterating my support for my honourable colleague's motion. But I also want to remind members that we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go in terms of addressing persistent misconceptions around the harmfulness of drug-impaired driving, and we have a long way to go to implement effective practices that will save Canadian lives. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is with great pride, great personal pride, that I stand today to support the motion of my colleague and friend from Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. I hope I'm not betraying his trust today by telling the House what an emotional person is in a very passionate way he is about this particular initiative. And it stems from one principle which he raised with us quite recently, which is he has done everything in his life for his 3 daughters. And if anyone has studied the background of this motion, it stems precisely from that, in particular, the personal and physical, emotional drama that his daughter went through. And so it is a bright motion, it's an important motion, and I'm glad it's garnering unanimous support in this House. But it comes from a very personal source, and it is of quite importance to this member of Parliament. Something that he did way before he got into politics, notably by pioneering an initiative called Cool Taxi, which gave tickets to people who were impaired without any questions asked, in order for them to get home safely if they were under the influence and impaired. I wanted to talk to you today, Mr. Speaker, about a good friend of mine called Peter Cullen. He is a former colleague of mine at the law firm I worked at for a number of years, called Stikeman Elliott. This isn't a partisan pitch, I'd like to say to my friend. He's in fact, his brother's an NDP organizer, and he is, I think, well, he's reminded me several times that he tends to be conservative. I wouldn't applaud on the other. Well, you can applaud on that side of the House, but there's about 3 of those in the Montreal area, so it's not a big number. But again, I did want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a partisan pitch by any stretch of the imagination. Peter Cullen, when he found out that I was getting into politics, he'd read a local newspaper article that we've all been the subject of, which goes through your family history in a most embarrassing way. He came up to me in the lawyer's lounge and said, "Is your uncle Graham Gales?" And I said, "Yes." I worked alongside. He's a maritime lawyer. I didn't do maritime law at all, so we hadn't really worked together or gone through our personal history. So I said, "Yes, Peter. Graham was my uncle." And he looked at me and he gave me what under the stress of emotion, he gave me what I call the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant hug, which is, as close as you can get to something a little firmer than a handshake. But it was deep in emotion. And he said to me, "I didn't know that through these years. Graham was my best friend. I walked to school with Graham every day, and I miss him still." And you can see in his eyes, and I spoke to him this morning to get permission to speak about him in the House. He told me that he's still affected every day by this loss. Graham died at 18 hit by an impaired driver close to Hawkesbury. So I never got to meet my uncle, and Peter lost his best friend. So this is something I didn't know. I knew that this loss had affected my mother. It was in 1972. She was pregnant with me a few months along. It affected, obviously, her parents, my grandparents. They never recovered from it, nor does, I believe, any parent who loses a child. And it affected a swath of people around them, including my colleague and buddy Peter. This is something that has touched every single person in this House, whether it's at this level of capacity or at full capacity. As members of Parliament, we hear about drama, but on a personal level, we've all been touched deeply by it in some measure or another. The reason I was telling you about Peter is that the repercussion of impaired driving, its devastating effect on society, not only on people that are close, but on people who we never imagined it would have had any impact on, and the degree to which it marks them every day. When I talked to Peter this morning, as well as about a couple of years ago, about this loss, he visibly still under the emotional trauma of reliving the incident. Part of that was him asking me to help him find the grave where Graham is buried, because he went looking for it and never found it. And I've helped him, and hopefully he's found it and been able to get some peace. My colleague from Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel has gone through a similar personal trauma. His daughter, thank the Lord, survived and is now in law school. And I believe at the top, I haven't checked her grades, nor did Trudy share them with me, but I'm sure she will be at the top of her class. She has been, she was highlighted by the Barreau, was it the Barreau du Québec at some point for her studies, and so she's a young Quebec leader and has a bright career, but she was the subject of an impaired driving crash and went through a significant period of time to recover from that. So the reason we support this as a government, and my colleagues across the way support it as member of the Queen's Loyal Opposition, and on a personal level, is the fact that this motion makes sense. It makes sense for a number of reasons, personal, professional. I know we've talked at length about legalizing cannabis, and I had a prepared speech, Mr. Speaker, and I was prepared to tell you about the initiatives we are doing to raise awareness, the millions of dollars that this government is prepared to invest to raise awareness into impaired driving as it relates to cannabis. But the reason this motion is garnering so much support is because it makes sense, and it only needs to achieve one single purpose for it to have success, and that is to change but one and to save but one single life. And if it does that, my colleague to the left of me can be extremely proud in this initiative of what he's achieved. Moreover, I'm going to get rid of this speech. I was waiting for my mother to call me to give me permission to actually talk about this, but I hope she forgives me. This is something that is deep. It's personal for everyone. As members of Parliament, as I mentioned earlier, we have all heard terrible stories, and indeed, I think a lot of us in this House have all, and we should stay humble because of that, we've all been one step from taking the wrong turn and being stupid and jumping onto the road into a car in a condition that is less than respectable. So the one message, if I could do, if there's any kid that'll ever listen to this speech, is if you're in a position under extreme peer pressure to get into a car with someone that you know is drunk, take the damn keys, take them out, and throw them in the snow, because you may lose, or wherever the hell it is, because you'll lose a friend for a week, you may lose a friend for 2 weeks, but you won't lose your friend for your whole life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd really like to compliment my colleague across for a very heart-wrenching speech, one that came from his heart and involved a lot of people. And I think he is so correct in what he said. Every time we have an accident, someone is killed by an impaired driving, it's not only those victims, but the victims that have to live on. Thank you very much for that, and it was a great story. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak on M148, which would establish a National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. As you all know, I spent 35 years as an RCMP officer, and as an emergency responder, I have personally witnessed the prevalence and the impacts of impaired driving. I attended too many fatal MVAs directly related to impaired driving. Even had the occasion once to charge an individual with a breathalyzer reading 6 times over the legal limits. Scary, he wasn't supposed to be walking. I'm grateful that this motion has been put forward, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to see that it appears to have the support on all sides of this House, as it should. Impaired driving is not a problem in Canada. It's not a new problem in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It has been recognized by the Criminal Code of Canada since 1921. Despite a sizable drop in impaired driving rates since the mid-1980s, it still remains a leading cause of criminal death in Canada. In my own province of Alberta, 1 in 5 drivers involved in fatal collisions between 2011 and 2015 had been drinking prior to the collision. In that same time period, 389 people were killed and 5,969 people were injured in alcohol-related collisions. These numbers are unacceptable. In a Statistics Canada survey, 1 out of 20 drivers in Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, Yukon, and the Nunavut admitted to driving in previous years after consuming 2 or more drinks in an hour before driving. And it is clear, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of repeat offenders. Out of these individuals, more than 3/4 reported driving impaired on multiple occasions. On one occasion, I can remember, I arrested a person 3 times in one night for impaired driving. The only way to stop him was to lock him up finally. This motion states that the government should recognize the importance of educating Canadians about the consequences of impaired driving. And that is so right. With a good education program, we can lower the statistical data out there and get that information across. Very much like we did with the seat belts. When seat belts came out, good educational program got the message out there. From the stats I just shared, 95% of Canadians seem to understand the consequences of drunk driving. But we need to keep educating the public until that number is 100%. Because the 5% who keep driving while driving and drinking are doing a lot of damage and permanently changing the lives of thousands of people, as my friend across just said. And it's not just alcohol that impairs our driving. Our cell phones are a huge distraction on the road. The distraction greatly impacts our ability to drive safely, and we're impairing that ability. According to the Canadian Automobile Association, drivers who text are 23 times more likely to be involved in a crash or a near miss. I have witnessed ladies applying makeup, men shaving, and some unmentionable distractions while people were driving. This motion is well timed with Bill 373, which I will also be speaking on when it is up for debate later this month. It calls for a national framework to deter and prevent distracted drivers with the focus of handheld devices. Distracted driving is a major issue across Canada. The number of deaths caused by distracted drivers is now outpacing those caused by drunk drivers in the provinces like Ontario and British Columbia. It is imperative that we include distracted driving in our conversations about impaired driving. If this motion passes and we have a National Impaired Driving Prevention Week, this is something I would like to see part of the conversation each year. I would also like to see drug-impaired driving as part of this conversation. This is an issue I can be very concerned about as the Liberal government pushes to legalize marijuana. Drug-impaired driving has been increasing every year since 2009. I think the message about drinking and driving is well known, but people do not fully understand the impacts that drugs can and will have on their judgment and reaction time when driving. Studies of vehicle accidents around the world show that the drugs most commonly found in drivers involved in accidents include marijuana, opioids, and cocaine. Each drug affects the brain differently, but all impact the user's attention, judgment, and motor skills, reaction time, decision-making skills, and coordination. Public Safety Canada conducted research with Canadians on the drug-impaired driving in 2017. They found that 28% of cannabis users have operated a vehicle while under the influence, and 1/3 of Canadians have ridden in vehicles operated by a driver who was affected by the use of cannabis. Among those who have driven while impaired, almost half downplayed the risks. They either indicated that driving while under the influence of cannabis is less dangerous than driving while under the influence of alcohol, or they believe that driving while under the influence of cannabis posed no real risk to them or anybody else. They are wrong. I've investigated horrific accidents, no liquor, but drivers were high. These are the attitudes of Canadians, and it needs to change, especially as marijuana becomes legal. This is why I support educating Canadians about the dangers of impaired driving. I know there are members here who have personally been impacted by the impaired driver, and we have heard that. Some have lost a friend or a family member. The sponsor of this motion almost lost his daughter, a story that he shared with this House. What is even more heartbreaking than this story is the fact that there are thousands of more stories like his out there. So many Canadians have been impacted by impaired driving in life-changing ways. This is something that needs to change. During my service as an RCMP officer, some of my worst memories are of motor vehicle accidents, death, and mangled bodies. You never forget. A National Impaired Driving Prevention Week would serve as an annual reminder and an education campaign of the very real consequences of driving while impaired, whether by drugs, alcohol, or by distractions. When the sponsor of this motion spoke in November of last year, he said that 4 Canadians die in an impaired driving accident each day. That's too much. If a single life can be saved by this motion, then it is worth supporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all members of this House to support M148 and help make our roads safe.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great honour always to rise in the House of Commons to offer thoughts on motions and bills in front of us. Particularly today, it's a great honour to rise in support of Motion 148 and our move, I hope unanimously in this House, to establish a National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. I begin, of course, by thanking the honourable member from Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel for his passion and his wisdom and his hard work in bringing this motion to our consideration. And I believe it is something that can and will change lives once it is enacted. It's interesting for me that politics is a place where ideas and people come together, and this place is a place where our private lives and our public offerings are able to come together. And the member from Saint-Léonard-Michel has brought his private experience, his personal story, into the public forum, and I think every one of us is richer for that, and there will be Canadians who have lives that are saved because of his work today, and so we thank him and commend him. The number of speeches I've listened to on this have been interesting, and we've had both statistics raised regarding the incidence of impaired driving and collisions and motor vehicle accidents that are a direct result of them, lives lost. We've also heard personal stories of lives that have been broken dreams that have been shattered, and families that have been severed because of this. What I wanted today to add to this conversation is also civil society and its role. Our job is to get the laws right in this regard. It's also our job to ensure that enforcement happens appropriately. And if we have laws that are right and we have enforcement that happens well, lives can be saved. However, attitudes, education, personal responsibility, and our own behaviors are critical in ensuring that lives can be saved. And by establishing the National Impaired Driving Prevention Week, we have the opportunity to have a national conversation that engages young people and older people, that's involved in schools and communities, that is able to take the conversation, to get attitudes to change, to make sure that behaviors are appropriate, and that all of us are in community in ensuring that lives can be saved. This sort of a week will build upon weeks that already exist, but is coming at a time of year which is critical. In the end of winter, early spring, as students begin to think about their summers, it is the most important time to bring those educational offerings into consideration and making sure that everyone is informed and is enabled to live life appropriately. I want to highlight one civil society group that is working with many others, of course, in concert, but it's one that I happen to know quite well. The organization is named Arrive Alive, Drive Sober. Arrive Alive has been established for several decades. It's housed in Don Valley West. Its national office is there. And they run programs aimed both at young people as well as older people to ensure that we will have fewer accidents and many fewer casualties as a result of impaired driving. Anne Leonard was executive director for decades and gave her heart and soul to ensure that their educational programs could find a way to do it. And I want to pay tribute to Anne, who retired last year after giving her life to this cause and working with so many people to ensure that Canadians have better information and make better decisions. Michael Stewart has taken over from her as executive director and program director, and he has brought the wisdom that Anne has offered to the association and is now living it out. I work with them every year as they get funding for Canada Summer Jobs and have young people employed in making sure that information is taken into communities, taken around the province, and making sure that we have activities that promote healthy living, safe driving, and that we have a reduction in impaired driving from any source. Their public campaigns are centered on two major themes: choose your ride and shut out impaired driving. They bring together people. They do it at events, annual conferences, workshops, in community, at events where people are gathered to make sure that they hear the right information. They have clever ways of doing that both through social media as well as through one-on-one conversations. I believe that this week, this very important week, which will happen in the third week of March, will be an opportunity for Arrive Alive to engage even more strongly in the kinds of activity that the member has envisioned in this motion. We have opportunities in this House that are rare to save lives. We bring our personal stories, we commend each other on the activities we're doing, but this particular motion has the opportunity to change lives, and that gives us a great opportunity to engage in that. Again, I thank the honourable member from Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, for doing this work, for his passion, his courage and his wisdom and tenacity in doing that. And I encourage all members of the House to support the motion when it comes to a vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, with the right to reply.
My dear colleagues, I would like to offer a brief reply. Mr. Speaker, emotions make us. They are a driving force. They are a guide. I have to tell you, when I addressed this motion, I relived the circumstances that led me to propose it. And at times I'm overtaken by emotions. So if you don't mind, I'll rely on my notes to ensure that I comply with the time and the constraints that this Honourable House imposes on occasions on us. On November 23, the first reading of Motion 148 took place, and I would like to take this opportunity today to thank all my colleagues in Parliament, as well as my family, constituents, and friends for their support. Also, I thank my dear friend, the Honourable Member from Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs, for being here today to support me as he has from the very beginning. In Montreal, we practice law in 2 office towers across the street. We're competitors, but here, as in life, we're always friends. I salute my colleague and friend from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, and my equally friend and colleague from Don Valley for their strong voices and support. Also, I would like in the same manner to thank my colleague from Okanagan, West Kootenay, and my colleague from Yellowhead for their support and constant attention to this motion. Furthermore, as my honourable colleague from St. John has pointed out earlier, impaired driving remains the leading cause of death in Canada, and I quote him. This is why my proposal to establish every 3rd week of March as the National Impaired Driving Prevention Week is of paramount importance, as it seeks to raise awareness on the consequences of impaired and distracted driving, in particular for our Canadian youth. In conjunction with my honourable colleague from Victoria, I believe that we must utilize this week, and I quote him, to teach our youth that driving impaired can have dangerous and dire consequences. In matters of prevention, of which I have been a long-time promoter, the results speak for themselves. Prevention campaigns are addressing concerns as previously outlined by my colleague from Brandon Souris. And again, I quote him, that Canadians are simply not getting the message on the dangers of distracted or impaired driving. Furthermore, with the rise of mobile phones and social media, distracted driving has grown as a concern, and my goal is to instill, especially in our younger citizens, that, as was eloquently put by my colleague from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, and I quote him, that no text, no tweet, no call, and no post is worth a life. La conduite avec facultés.
Drug-impaired driving is on the rise. With imminent legislation to legalize cannabis, it's increasingly important to support the work of many organizations that are already working on this issue. M148 is a call to mobilize and to direct our efforts toward preventing and reducing car accidents caused by driving with impairment. Having an annual week dedicated to raising awareness will be a sort of focal point for all of our citizens so that we can consolidate our efforts against driving with impairment. During my work on this issue, I've heard the stories of victims, of their families and friends. There are also organizations like MAD Canada, CARPS, Arrive Alive, and other citizens who are involved in this awareness-raising campaign. If you'll allow me to thank Justine Roson, Evelyne Méthode, and my daughter, Claudia Diorio, whose courage and perseverance have been an inspiration to me. They are the ones who pushed me to attack this terrible problem of driving with impairment. In this venerable institution, my work here is inspired and determined by my commitment to reduce and even eliminate the national tragedy of serious injury and death caused by driving with impairment. We stand united in this fight, the fight for life. Thank you to all my colleagues.
La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Diorio, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggia, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the importance of educating Canadians about the consequences of impaired driving due to alcohol, drugs, fatigue, or distraction, which every year destroys the lives and health of thousands of Canadians, by designating the third week of March each year as National Impaired Driving Prevention Week.
Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favor, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. No. I believe the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 7, 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. It being 2:18, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.